Islam, Islam, Islam. All right, family, we back at it in 2024, new year. All right, some of y'all are talking about new year, new me, day one, day two. You know how y'all do. You got all these New Year's resolutions. I get it. I get it. I get it. But the problem is, we still got a problem that we carrying into the new year. We still have not proclaimed that nationality. We still are classified as a stateless people. 50 million people who are stateless. All right. So let's get off into it. Rising to my highest heights, giving all perfect praise to Allah, creator of creation, extending those high honors to all the great worthies who have come down the line of divine, mainly Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and Confucius, and knowing something about these four Hebrew Muslims, we can talk to the entire planet, extending those high honors to the man that we are here to discuss today, the man that should always be on our mind, the only man that I know of that brought us our nationality and keys to our vast estate, the Honorable Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the founder of this great organization called the Moorish Science Temple Divine and National Movement, extending those high honors to the man that taught me about Prophet Noble Drew Ali, because I would not know nothing about Noble Drew Ali or what he stood for, what he taught and teaches, if it were not for the head of our government. And we're going to have to start getting acclimated to these positions and titles. I said the head of our government because we are taught in this body politic and corporate that there is one government, it's one government with two very distinct jurisdictions. One jurisdiction for the Europeans and another jurisdiction for the Asiatic or the Moors. This is a reality, people. We're going to have to start getting into this and looking at it from a symbolic point of view. If you were to turn the back of your $1 bill over on one side, on the left side, you would see a pyramid. On the right side, you would see an eagle. Under the pyramid is written the Great Seal, and on the under the eagle is written of the United States. Of in English denotes possession. We, the Moorish Americans, are the creditors, and they, the Europeans, are the debtors. Just starting off 2024 with a bang. Okay, deal with it. So again, giving those high honors to the head of our government, body politic, and corporate, our National Grand Sheik Joel Bratton Bay, who resides in Baltimore, Maryland, extending those high honors to all of the government officials within our governmental structure. That would be the sheiks. That would be the sheikasses, the deputy sheiks, and the deputy sheikasses. These are officers within our governmental structure, body politic, and corporate. Get it through your head. Extending those high honors to, most importantly, to our future, which would be the future of our nation, of our government, our children. Most important, to educate them to the reality of who we actually are, and not a fantastical construct called a black person. Let me say that again. Teaching our children who they actually are and not teaching them and allowing them to be trained and educated that they are under a fantastical construct of being a black person. We're going to get off into that. To all of our guests who may be watching this on social media and Facebook and X and Twitter, and somebody may have sent you a link in your email. You might have looked at it, check this out on YouTube. I have no idea who is watching this and how far reaching this goes. Okay. But extending Islam to you. Islam is an Arabic word and it simply means peace. And we can never have enough peace and contentment of mind in a mad, mad world that we currently find ourselves in. So when Muslims greet you and when we greet each other, we say Islam, peace. We do not use the Europeans' greeting of hello, because hell is low. That's actual facts. Hell is low. So you should never tell anybody hello. We don't wish hell on our people. We wish our people peace. Our people currently are in hell, though, in this social construct called the United States. We're going to get off into that as well. Okay. So, with that being said, welcome to another year. If Allah has blessed you to go around the sun one more again, around our sun. We put the sun out there. You understand? It's ours, just like the earth. It's ours too. Yep, that's right. I said it. Anywho, let's get off into it. So, hopefully, you are having, a good year thus far. Now, I know some of you done started your new year off crazy, had your little fireworks popping off and carrying on. I can't get no rest because we out here just dropping M80s and firecrackers and all sparklers and all kind of madness going on last night. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Pagan practices incorporated into a way of life, i.e., a religion. Huh? Did y'all catch that? Pagan practices incorporated into a way of life called a religion. Your religion is your way of life. Religion is not what you profess. Religion was and is what you demonstrate. Your lifestyle. There are many people who say they are Christians. They believe thus and so. I can do all things through Christ Jesus that strengtheneth me. Go ahead with your bad self. I see you. Then we have some Muslims who believe in the principles of Islam and they do the 5 regular prayers and whatnot, and they believe in charity and all of this good stuff. I get you. Then we have some Buddhists. Then we got some Muslims in the West. Got some Moorish Americans. I see you. All that sounds nice and well. The principles are right and exact. The question is, what is your lifestyle? What is your religion? How do you live? When we turn the camera off, when we get off of the teleconference on the town hall meetings, when we get out of the members forum, when we get out of the Sunday school, what is your lifestyle like? What is your behavior? What do you do on a daily basis? What is the sum total of your thoughts and thinking? Ring that out and see if you are, in fact, a Moorish American. Because again, it's about what you can demonstrate, not what you say. Mm-hmm. All right. So today I'm gonna put a little something, something on your mind. I'm feeling pretty good. We out here in the Arizona Republic where it is a cool 60 degrees thereabouts, 60 degrees ambient air temperature. It probably won't get too much hotter than that today because we're in what we like to call out here winter. Now we ain't in that winter back east. Y'all on something totally different with all the snow and the minus whatever. That ain't how we get down out here. Okay, but we gonna get off into some information today that I pray Allah you find most important. Because if you are under the leadership of our National Grand Sheikh Joe Bratton Bey, you have heard him on several occasions talk about a federally mandated case, the Jack Leeds case. And he will say something like this: we have the only federally mandated case that verifies and validates what we teach in our Moorish paradigm. Now, we're going to have to deal with some reality, brother and sister. Either this man has lost his mind or what he is saying to us is absolutely the truth. But what we find is that if we have, and I'm only using the words if for those who at the outset of this demonstration may not know, may have never seen, may have never discussed the Jack Leeds case. We're going to go off into it today and we're going to read it and we're going to see what's in it and we're going to try to do our best to explain it so we can get some level of understanding. Because, brother and sister, we have to stay on our foundation. And the Jack Leeds case is a part of the foundation. So let me break it down like this. When I talk about foundation, foundation is that which the house is built upon. Okay? So if you own a home, the foundation has to be strong to support the weight of the house. If you live in an apartment, the foundation has to be strong because not only do you have to, it has to be strong enough to support the weight of the occupants inside. It has to also support the weight of the furniture and whatnot, the pets, the people. It's got to support all that weight. It's got to support the weight of the roof. So the foundation has to be solid. So when you build anything, you build it from the ground up. Anybody heard of that? So the foundation has to be solid. So let's talk about what is the foundation of the Moorish Science Temple, the Divine and National Movement of North America Incorporated, number 13, the Moorish American National Republic. What is the foundation of this body politic and corporate? Let's talk about it. Number one, you're not going to get around this point right here. Number one, the original free national constitution. Free national constitution, which is the 7 articles of the original constitution. I didn't say the constitution that was brought into existence with the Organic Act of 1871 that's being maintained under Congress. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the original Constitution that was written by our ancestors. The Constitution that the Europeans saw when they got here, that which emanates out of what is called the Great Law of Peace. Let's talk about it. We're talking about that was officially ratified in 1791. We're talking about those first 7 articles. So you have those 7 articles with the Bill of Rights. Follow me. 7 original articles, free national constitution that Prophet Noble Drew Ali tells you about in his Divine Warning of 1928. The Bill of Rights, the proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln. So you have the initial Emancipation Proclamation. They don't even talk about that. The compensated Emancipation Proclamation, the supplemental Emancipation Proclamation, they do talk about that one. And then you have the Oath of Amnesty and Reconstruction. You follow me? Then we have the 13th Amendment, the original 13th Amendment with its 20 sections that substantiates those proclamations. That 13th Amendment with 20 sections ratified November the 18th, 1865, which makes it law and which makes it a permanent part of the free national constitution. Okay. Interesting. In that order. Then we get off into, more Science Temple, Constitution and Bylaws, Acts 1 through 6. I'm sorry, Acts 1 through 7. We get off into that. Now, I just gave you the foundation. This is what we stand on. In addition to that, we have what we are going to discuss today, the only federally mandated case that validates what we teach, the Jacques Leeds case, back there in the mid-1970s. We're going to deal with that and what these Europeans saw when it was presented to them in federal court. Now, brother, we're going to have to deal with some reality now. We're going to have to deal with it. Okay? So without further ado, let's get off into it. The foundation of what we teach. Now, there's no way for me to deal with everything in one demonstration. We would be here for several days. I'm not going to do that to you, but we are going to be here for a couple of hours and we're going to deal with some stuff. So, as I always like to do, I always like to get off into it with something that shake you to your foundation. Check this out. Children of Israel's names were changed while in bondage. Really? Children of Israel's names were changed while in bondage. Daniel 1 and 7. Now that's your Bible. So if you have your Bible out, go to Daniel 1 and 7 and read about the names being changed, of this special people that God was dealing with. I know you say, I ain't got my Bible with me. That's all right. I got it for you. Check it out. What do we say? 1 and 7. This is Daniel. Let's go to Daniel 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7. Unto whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names, for he gave unto Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah of Abednego. Abednego. I'm sorry, Abednego. My bad. I couldn't let that one go. I couldn't let that one go. So you see that the children of Israel's names are being changed. Now, what has that got to do with 50 million so-called United States citizens and people who are clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery, as Prophet Noble Ali tells us in Acts 6. The slaves have, look at this, the slaves had been stripped of their status. Uh-oh. Say what? So it seems like names and status go together. The slaves had been stripped of their status, their names, their families, and friends, and their customs and culture. Oh, that's deep. This is in a book, Slavery in America. See, one thing I do, I'm always going to come with the tangibility. I'm always going to come with the tangibility. And just so you can see who wrote this book, because I don't want you to be like, I can't see that. The slaves have been stripped of their status, their names, their families and friends, and their customs and culture. Slavery in America by Dorothy and Carl Schneider, page 78. Interesting. Why did the Europeans use the word status and names? So your name was stripped. So the name that you presently have, that ain't really tied to your family name. The people that look like you and I, they don't wear European names. They don't wear Dutch names. They don't wear Spanish names. Because Spanish names, Rodriguez and Hernandez and Valadez, those names belong to the Spaniards. That's their family name. Just like when you go to China, you see Mr. Young and Jackie Chan, the Chan family, Wang Li. Those names are tied to the Chinese. So free national descent names. Are you following? So when you go to Europe and you come back to Europe and you go to Ireland and they talk about O'Shea and O'Connor, these names, free national names, are tied to the Irish. And then you have the Scottish, and then you have the English. Where is your free national name? Where are your family names? Just putting something on your mind. This is how we kicking it off. This is how we kicking it off. So we can agree that the names, families, friends, and customs and culture and status, most importantly, their political status, have been stripped. So what are you talking about? The nationality of the Moors was stripped in 1774. Now I know you're going to have to deal with this. You're like, what? I ain't never heard that before. Well, let's check it out. If we would agree, y'all know who this fella is, right? If we would agree to take the fezzes and turbans off the Moors' heads and remove the sandals from their feet and enforce severe punishments and also to swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully not to allow anyone to teach the Moorish children who they really were or who their forefathers were, and only allow the Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, Black people, and colored folks. 200 years from today, the Moorish people would not know their nationality nor the national name of their forefathers. Also, they would not know from which land or ancestors they are descendant from. George Washington. First Continental Convention. The nationality of the Moors is being stripped. Wait, did you catch that? The nationality and status of the Moors is being stripped. The slaves had been stripped of their status, their names, their families and friends, and their customs and culture. Mm-hmm. Are you serious? Is that what happened? Yes. This is a matter of congressional record. This is not even a secret. It just was swept under the rug and not given to the Asiatics. But this is how Europeans who are in power, this is what they're functioning with. This is how they get down. This is what they know. If we would agree to take the feathers and turbans off the Moors' heads. Well, if they were taking the feathers and turbans off the Moor's head, your national headdress, then that means you had your national headdress on at one time, and remove the sandals from their feet and enforce severe punishments. Okay, and to also swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully, religiously, your lifestyle. This is how we are going to maneuver in the social construct called the United States. We're going to religiously and faithfully, we're not going to allow anyone to teach the Moorish children, not Negro children, not Black children, not African American children, Moorish children, who they really were. That means you ain't that now. Somebody has interfered with the natural order of things and who their forefathers were. Mm-hmm. And only to allow the Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, Black people, and colored folks. 200 years from the day the Moorish people would not know their ancestors. Really? Is this true? Did this actually happen? Of course it did. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they must know that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to the slaves by the slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865. So back here, let's get back at it. Let me find it. Now, 1 second. Oh, come on, George. Where you at? Where's George? There he is. So now, this was 1774, back there at the Articles of Association, October the 20th, 1774. So at the same time that they're doing the Articles of Association in 1774, at the same time, the nationality of the Moors was being stripped. We, the people, to form a more perfect union. We, the people, were 35 Moorish chieftains and 20 Anglo Saxons to form we, the people. But the Moorish chieftains were slave owners. Get it through your head. The Moorish chieftains were slave owners. They owned slaves of all nationality and races. And the Moorish chieftains did not want to give up their slaves because slavery back then is what oil is to the world economy today. So just like you have people fighting wars and whatnot over oil and natural resources today, you had people fighting wars over slaves back then. 1700s, 1600s, 1500s, of which the Moors were in the majority. The Moors control all the waterways on planet Earth. The Earth being 75% water, 25% land. So whoever controls the ocean ways and sea ways, that will be the world ruler on planet Earth. You doubt what I'm saying? Name me one nation state that has a military, a navy stronger than the U.S. Navy. Name me one. I'll wait. Go ahead. Go ahead. Name me one nation state that got a navy stronger than the U.S. Navy. Can't come up with it, can you? I know you can't because it don't exist. it don't exist. And I am an ex-sailor. Trust and believe. Anywho, let me just put this little side note out there. You see the guy on the screen. That's Thomas Jefferson. The Europeans were paying the Sultan of Morocco tributes, gold, silver, to be in the Western Hemisphere. I'm just giving you a history that they don't talk about. To be in the Western Hemisphere. It was the first nation to recognize the United States as a nation state. Was Morocco. Do you follow me? It was Morocco. Okay, that's the Moors' claim to fame. Got that. I got that. But the amount of money that was being paid to the Sultan of Morocco back there in the 1700s, Thomas Jefferson was like, look, with all this money we giving them, giving these Moors, we could establish a navy. That's how the United States Navy got started. That's how it got started. They took the money that they was paying the Sultan of Morocco, like, we ain't paying you nothing. See, we violating our own principles. We're like, okay, no, we let this slavery thing go on full tilt. We the people to form a more perfect union. But the slaveholders who were in the majority at this Continental Convention, understand, allowed the nationality of the Moors to be stripped. So brothers and sisters that look like you and I allow the nationality of people that look like you and I to be stripped so that they can enslave everybody, including ourselves. Let's move on. I know you like, what? Please say it ain't so. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. Yes, it is. So when the Moors' nationality was stripped, this is what was created. Hold on. So let's get the storyline right. Let's get the storyline right. Let's bring Prophet Noble Drew Ali back to the witness stand. Okay. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Why? Because your nationality was stripped in 1774. And you accepted the brands, Negro, Black, Colored, these names that delude to slavery in 1779. See it right there? And it lasted, these names, these brands lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But what happened in 1865? A war called the Civil War. So they went to war to preserve the Union, to issue states' rights, to reestablish the nationality of the Moors that had been stripped. Hey, all this taking place in 1865. This went down. This actually happened. Now, but what happened? Because you still wearing the brands now. Ain't that something? A war is fought. The war is won. And you still, the nationality is still not on the record. You still didn't proclaim your nationality. You still didn't come in line with the free national constitution. You were not naturalized back into said union. You were not. Because if you were, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Think about it. 1865, Prophet Noble Drew Ali says these names were given to the slaves by the slave holders. He didn't say European slave holders, he said slave holders. Mm-hmm. Hint to the wise is sufficient. In 1779 and lasted until 1865. He didn't say slavery ended. He said it lasted until 1865, which means that slavery changed forms. It's still in existence. It changed forms. What do you mean? 1865, do the dates. 1865, during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now. And is a new era of time. New era of time is underlined. Anytime you see somebody underline something, they're drawing specific attention to new era of time. Now, what constituted the new era of time? See? Huh? You ever get any thought? What constituted the new era of time? I hear you. I hear you. I know. Come on, Morris. Let's recite it. And Private Noble Drew Ali filed a religious affidavit of organization August the 1st, 1920, August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. and that established a free national government and a new era of time. Right? What's the rest of it? I'm gonna just let it sit out there. What's the rest of it? If slavery lasted until 1865, during the time of slavery, but this is a new era of time now, well, now there is a thing that came into existence. See, back then we had a republican form of government. Article 4, Section 4 of the Free National Constitution, our foundation says all states shall be governed by a republican form of government. Hello? We had a republican form of government back then. I need you to understand what Prophet Noble Drew Ali is really saying to you and run this timeline. This Act 6 that you're looking at, when did Prophet write this? This wasn't written back in 1865. Can I get a witness? Can I get a co-pilot? This was not written. Acts 1 through 7 were not in existence back in 1865. Mm-hmm. So what's this new era of time? What was that? 1928? Oh, wait a minute. 1928. Okay. The Organic Act of 1871, which established a government for the District of Columbia, which brought in a de facto government in a 10 square mile area in the District of Columbia. That is called the United States, not the United States of America. See, back here in 1865, we had the United States of America. We had the Republican form of government, Article 4, Section 4 of the Free National Constitution. We had the Union. That's what the Civil War era was all about. Let's preserve the Union. It is the Union that was being governed by the Great Law of Peace. It is the Union and the governmental structure that was established by the Moors in the Western Hemisphere. Wow. Think about what I'm saying to you. 1871. 1871. But this is a new era of time now. Why is it a new era of time? Because by Prophet Noble Drew Ali filing this religious affidavit of organization using the Hurd Smith revised statutes, he establishes not only a new era of time, but he establishes a free national government, body politic, and corporate. Now, if this is mind boggling to you, you that are U.S. citizens, are you not familiar that you are, in fact, a part of a body politic and corporate called the United States? Were you aware of that? Did this escape your mind? You haven't put two and two together and got four yet? So it's okay for white folks to establish a body politic and corporate called the United States, but it's not okay for Prophet Noble Drew Ali to establish a body politic and corporate, bringing back the republic, of which he is the head of. I'm just putting it out there. Now, if I'm in error, I promise you our National Grand Sheik, Joel Braden Bay, who resides in Baltimore, who sees these demonstrations before they ever hit the public, I promise you he gonna ring my mobile. He gonna ring my mobile. But let me let you in on a little secret. Back in the day, about 6 years back, he would ring my mobile almost every week, and he would have pages of notes that he took on my demonstration, and he'd be writing, and okay, brother, you said this, and if it were me, I would say it like this, and I need you to go back and say it like this, and I need you to clear this up. See, and that's year 6, and then year 5, and then year 4, and then we coming on up recent. Now, ain't no notes. I just talk, he see it, good job, Mo, and we move on to the next demonstration. Mm-hmm. Did you feel me? Do you feel me? Not that I'm perfect, it's I'm growing. Should be the same with you, but I don't know. See? But I don't know. But check out the seriousness and the heaviness of the demonstration. See? So now, in this new era of time, all men now must proclaim their free national name. Wait a minute. It didn't say some men. Hello? Did you catch that? It didn't say some men. It didn't say, no, the Moors whose nationality was stripped in 1774. Just those people need to proclaim their nationality. That ain't what the prophet said. He said, all men now must proclaim. See, proclaim underline their free national name. Why didn't he say your nationality? He said, look, first sentence. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality. He's talking to Moors specifically. But when we get down here in the new era of time, it says all men now must proclaim their free national name, not their national, their free national name to be recognized. Why? Because now you have been turned into a corporate entity. Now, all men, through this social construct called the United States, which was brought into existence with the Organic Act of 1871, all men now, European and Asiatic alike, the Mexicans, the Jamaicans, the Haitians, all of it, male and female, babies, children, through a birth certificate. Nationality is stripped. Through a social security card, nationality is stripped. You feel me? All men now must proclaim their free national name. Why? Because you running around talking about you a U.S. citizen. And a U.S. citizen is tied to the Organic Act and the government that was put in the District of Columbia and which is presently under the authority and jurisdiction of the United States de facto Congress. This is reality right now, 2024. So, in this new era of time, now all men must proclaim their free national name. Well, the free national name of the Moors is Moorish American. The free national name of the Chinese is Mr. Wong, Mr. Lee. The free national name of the Irish, who are domiciled in 2,000 by 3,000 square miles of the United States, is O'Shea, O'Connor, and O'Reilly. The free national name of those who are running around calling themselves Mexicans today is not Hernandez, it's not Rodriguez, it's not Valadez. That ain't your free national name. Those are the names, the free national names of the Spaniards. The Spaniards colonized you, Mexican. Your free national name is Il and Bay. Huh? Check it out. Your titles of nobility, which denote ownership of the Western Hemisphere. Your titles of nobility and keys to your vast estate. So let's get at this vast estate. The Moorish Americans, the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites. What? The descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the permanent occupants of the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. You said that doesn't make any sense, brother. That last tier of law. Law governs all affairs. The last tier of law in Act 6 says the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites. So let's see. Abraham. Everybody familiar with Abraham, the father of all monotheistic religions, as they say. Has a nephew named Lot. Lot has his eldest daughter has a son named Moab. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites. When you see the word ancient, that's an old people, brother and sister. That's an old people. When you're talking about modern Moabites, we said ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. So when you put your hands together, if my hands represent Africa, a landmass, a continent, and a series of earthquakes happen, as Prophet Noble Drew Ali tells you in chapter 47 of the Circle 7, a series of earthquakes happen, and now the land separates, Pangea as they call it, the land separates. Well, let's see. If the land separates, now you have space, and where that space is, now there is the Atlantic Ocean. If it's Africa on one side, if it was Africa here like this, then is it not still Africa? You just have Africa, Northeast Africa, and you have Northwest Africa. Does it make sense? See, the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwest and southwestern shores of Africa today, where the United States of America has been established along the 3630 parallel. This is not fantasy. This is reality. Get it in your head. This is historical facts. Let's keep it moving. You say, what does all this got to do with your subject, man? What does all this got to do? Because I just wanted to show you that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is not the only person that knows that the nationality of the Moors was stripped. There are Europeans out here that know this. They know this. This is not, it's just new to you. And all I'm encouraging and challenging you to do is do your research. That's why I come with the tangibility. So you can look at the screen, you can go right to Amazon.com and order the book. Amazon.com, $10, $15, best money you ever spent, right there, page 78. You can read it for yourself. Let's keep it moving. Can we keep it moving? Let's keep it moving. All right. What else I want to tell you? I got so much I want to tell you. Now, you say, well, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said we're not black people, then who are we? Black is an adjective, brothers and sisters. Black is an adjective. Black is an adjective. An adjective describes a noun. An adjective describes a noun. So if the adjective is black, what's the noun? You understand? If the adjective is black, what's the noun? And here's my question to all quote unquote black people. Why is it that when you describe Mr. Rodriguez, why didn't you say the brown man? When you describe Jackie Chan, why didn't you say the yellow man? Huh? Why you didn't do that? Slap you in your mouth. Don't nobody on planet Earth talk like this except people who are in the Western Hemisphere under the social construct and color caste system of the United States. You are trying to identify people with colors and crayons. If you go off the eastern shoreline, you go across the pond, as they say, across the Atlantic, and you utter such ignorance, they will lock you up. There is nobody that talks like this. You are not going to get the Chinese, I don't care what you say, you are not going to get them to identify themselves as the yellow man. It ain't going to happen. You can go to the African continent right now. These people have a national descent and a national origin. They know who they are. I'm from South Africa. I'm from, Zimbabwe. I'm from Kenya. I'm from Libya. I'm from Saudi Arabia. Let me give a side note to the Nation of Islam. And my brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam. Now listen. Okay. I was having this conversation a few days ago with a brother in the nation, and he was very passionate. Want to talk to me, get me straight. Want to get me straight. straighten out Big T. Big T done lost his mind. Gonna straighten me out. But I said, what's all this Moorish American stuff? What's this Prophet Noble Drew Ali you talking about? I let the brother go ahead and do his thing. He said, God came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, July 4th, 1930. I said, wow. Brother, that's where it's at. It is where it's at. I said, yep, you right about that. I said, that's good. I said, but the question is, how do you understand that? I can't even get it out. I said, listen. I said, let's use your statement. I said, I told y'all I won't get into my argument. I will not get into my argument. I will use your argument against you. I study things, brother and sister. I'm not emotional. I said, you understand God came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. I said, so Allah in man. That's right. Yes, sir. I said, what is the nationality of the God in person? What is the nationality of the God in person? Stuck. Just stuck. I said, wait a minute. Did he not tell you that he was from Saudi? I said, I didn't what I said. This is what Master Muhammad said of himself. He said, did he not tell you he was from Saudi Arabia? Oh, Saudi Arabia is a nation state. Uh-oh. So how is it that the God in person, the supreme being, has a nationality and you don't? Crickets. Oh, it got so uncomfortably quiet. How is it that we in the Nation of Islam, following the God in person, who came to liberate everybody, he has a nationality, but you don't? You are classified as stateless. Please explain. I'll wait. I got all day. I ain't got nothing better to do today. I'll wait. Somebody riddle me that. Crickets. Just straight up. Not what I say. It's what Master Muhammad said. I just want to know why he got a nationality and you don't. What happened to you? Anyway, with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they must know that they are part and parcel of this said government, that which was before. The government which was before what you have now. What you have now is a democracy. What you had before was a republic. Article 4, Section 4 of the free national constitution that you were told to obey by Prophet Noble Drew Ali in the Moorish American Constitution and Bylaws, Act 5 to be specific. Sorry about that. But these names were given to the slaves by the slaveholders in 1779. So the nationality of the Moors is stripped in 1774. We accepted the brands of Negro, black, colored, Ethiopian, etc. In 1779, we fought a civil war, which ended in 1865, which ended the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, because slavery now is corporate. That's the only way you can be involved. A person, persons, people, persons, natural or corporate. Which one are you? That's a question for you, not for me. So if you cling to the 14th Amendment, you're corporate. If you're under the authority of Congress because you're a U.S. citizen, you're corporate. You're a legal fiction. You're it. You're it. You don't believe that, right? You like, no, that ain't me. That ain't what's happening, brother. That ain't what's happening. All right, then I'm gonna help you with it. Oh, I don't know why y'all keep doing this. All day, brother and sister, all day. Woo! Here we go. The executive order, a law written by the President of the United States, number 11490, the Rex 84 plan, and silent weapons for quiet wars, has been in the hands of the popularly accepted individuals calling themselves the Black leaders. Now, I want you to pay attention to how this is written. Listen to the words coming out my mouth, but look at what's actually on your screen. Do not assume. Look at how this is written. Calling themselves the Black leaders since the early 1970s. Many of them have spoken, but a few of them have logistically have broken down and disseminated the information to their alluring public, which means the masses. So this information, what you see on the screen, has been in the hands of those who call themselves the Black leaders, i.e. the Black Caucus, i.e. the NAACP, i.e. the leadership of the Black church. Are you feeling me? This information has not been disseminated, distributed to the masses of Black people. The King Alfred plan implicates the true motive and reason why they do not. One will take note that all the people mentioned in these government plans, right here is where I want you to pay attention: blacks, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites. Stop right there. Why? Look at how it's written. Blacks, lowercase. Indians, lowercase. Latinos, lowercase. Puerto Ricans, lowercase. Poor whites, lowercase. Why? Misnomers. When you write words in English and you capitalize the first letter in the word, it is letting you know that that is a proper noun. A noun, a proper noun. A noun is that which describes a person, place, thing, or idea. So when you write black, Indian, Latino, Puerto Rican, and poor white, and you keep it lowercase, it is not a proper noun, which means it ain't describing nothing. It's not a person, it's not a place, it's not a thing, it's not an idea. It is a misnomer. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you, with us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Look at the word nationality, capital N. And we are teaching our people their nationality, capital N again, and their divine creed, that they must know that they are part and parcel of this said capitalized government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians. Misnomers. Misnomers. Not describing a proper noun. Look, one will take note that all the people, see, they recognize and you identify with these brands mentioned in these government plans: blacks, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites, do not include a de jure, meaning real, national name or title. So somebody must have knew that there are 50 million people who are not wearing their free national name. They do not have their nobility titles attached to their person. All of these words, blacks, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites, all of these words are descriptive chattel brands coined by the Europeans as substitute pedigree parentage names, family names. Family names. They are substitute family names. Black, Latino, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites. These substitute names were forced as appellations on the indigenous people of the Americas. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites, the permanent inhabitants of the Americas. Chapter 45, that includes the Argentinians, the Brazilians, the Chileans, all of these people, Moorish Americans, and their discards. Let's continue. Let's continue. All people bearing these labels are referred to as it, meaning you don't have no say so at all. One common thread is evident. No nationality equals means same as equal sign. So what's on this side of the equal side on the equal sign is the same as on the other side of the equal sign. So no nationality equal sign, no rights and no human value. No nationality equals no rights. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality. So if you are clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery, if you got one of these brands, if you identify with one of these brands today, then you have no nationality, you have no rights, and no human value. Great White Father. Executive order. 1976. 1976. This information been in the hands of the popular people calling themselves the black leaders since 1970. Let's look at the date. Look at the date. No, don't argue. Don't argue. Please look at the date. 1969. So let's come over here. Come on. Let's do some math. Let's play connect the dot. I got to play connect the dot with you. Right here. This is in 1774. I told you at the Articles of Association, and at the same time, the nationality of the Moors was being stripped in 1774. So if we would agree to take the feathers and turbans off the Moors' heads and remove the sandals from their feet and enforce severe punishments and to also swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully not to allow anyone to teach the Moorish children who they really were or who their forefathers were, and only allow the Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, black people, and colored folks. 200 years from today, 200 years from today, the Moorish people would not know their nationality or their national name of their forefathers. Also, they would not know from which land or ancestors they are descended from. So if this was being done in 1774, if we do 200 years from 1774, let's do the math. 1774 to 1874 is 100 years. From 1874 to 1974 is 200 years. It says if we would swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully not to allow anyone to teach the Moorish children who they really were or who their forefathers were, and only allow the Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, black people, and colored folks, 200 years from today, the Moorish people would not know their nationality nor their national name. Now, if you think I'm off my rocker, all you got to do is look at the date, brother. So to look at the date, 200 years from 1774 is 1974. This is 1969. 1969. Look, no nationality equals no rights. One will take note that all the people mentioned in these government plans, blacks, Indians, Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and poor whites, do not include a de jure national name or title. All of these words are descriptive chattel brands coined by the Europeans as substitute pedigree parentage names and will force as appellations on the indigenous peoples, plural, of the Americas. It didn't say of the United States. It said of the Americas, because all of these people, according to chapter 45 of the Circle 7, are Moors. Huh? Is it starting to make sense to only just me? Think about it. It didn't say forced as appellations on the indigenous people of the United States. It says forced as appellations on the indigenous people of the Americas. The Americas is North, South, and Central, and the surrounding islands. All of that is the Americas. The Caribbean, the Americas, South America, the Americas, Central America, the Americas, North America, which is everything north from Canada down. All of that is North America. All of that is the Americas. Mexico, the Americas. Brazil, the Americas. Belize, the Americas. Haiti, the Americas. Jamaica, the Americas. The Bahamas, the Americas. All 50 states within the United States, the Americas. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Ain't nobody talking about this except Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Now, do you understand why Allah had to send us somebody that you are obligated to follow? I didn't say you was obligated to agree with. It ain't about your agreement. It ain't about what you agree with. That's our problem. We look at stuff like, I don't agree with that. Just like you don't agree with separation is the best and only solution. I know you don't agree with that either. But we've been at this now for over 200 years, trying to make it in this social construct called the United States. How's it working for you? How's it working for you? You don't want to enforce the law to save the nation. You don't want to enforce the law on yourself first. What law? But you got to know what law to enforce. We're going to get into it in just a second. So I think we done beat that enough. So let me move on. Let me move on. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good. So once you accept the brands, the appellations, the misnomers, okay, once you accept that in 1779, once we did that, this Negro was created. Now, I was trying to play a movie clip for Frankenstein, but the audio wouldn't come through while I was talking on the Zoom. So unfortunately, I like illustrations because it just mess up the whole house. But you are familiar with Frankenstein. Frankenstein was a creation of Dr. Frankenstein. He created this beast. The beast grew so much, he tore up the house, tore up the laboratory. The Negro beasts are in the image of God, the reasoner of the age, the revelation, the revelator of the century, the Bible as it is the Negro and his relation to the human family. Say what? This was debated in the Congress. The Negro beast, but created with articulate speech and hands, that he may be of service to his master, the white man. What? Wait a minute. Did you catch that? The Negro beast. I said this was debated and discussed in the United States Congress. The Negro, a beast, but created with articulate speech and hands, that he may be of service to his master, the white man. You like, come on, brother. Come on now. This is how we are being perceived in the United States. I know you don't believe that, so I got to let me come up here. Let me come up. Let me come up here. Y'all see who this is. Y'all see who this is. Let me come up here. Hold on. Let me start right here. Let me start right here. I'm going to just leave this on the screen. If you give a nigga an inch, he will take an eel. obsolete unit of measurement amounting to about 45 inches. Learning will spoil the best nigga in the world. If he learns to read the Bible, it will forever unfit him to be a slave. Say what? Now, wait a minute. Hello, Christians, to my Christian family. Wait, woo! Hello, to my Christian family. Do you see this? Learning will spoil the best nigga in the world. If he learns to read the Bible, all the books on planet Earth, they didn't want you to read this one. Of all the books in the United States, they did not want you to read this one, the Bible. It will forever unfit him to be a slave. Wait a minute. He should know nothing but the will of his master. Oh boy, and learn to obey it. See? So now you are being trained. He calls it education, but it's really training through the Education Board of John D. Rockefeller back there in the early 1900s. We're not going we going to train them. We're going to teach them what we want them to know. Remember George Washington? Let's strip them of the nationality. Okay, if you're being stripped of your nationality, that means you're being stripped of who you really are. Your culture, your history, your religion, your way of life. He should know nothing but the will of his master and learn to obey it. Matter of fact, the more education you got, the better fit you are. Slaves, but a great deal of harm, making him desolate and unhappy. If you teach him how to read, he'll want to know how to write. And this accomplished, he will be running away with himself. Are you serious? Are you serious? Hold on. Look what it says. Look what it says. Listen, let me magnify this. Let me magnify this because I want you to really see this. Hold on. Let me get up here. See, I don't want you to read this book. First of all, he said, I don't want you to read the book. That Bible. Don't read it. We revere the Bible. We don't read it. See? The good book. We revere the Bible. Christians, hello. Hello. We revere the Bible. We don't read it. It's being read to you. Which means if it's being read to you and you don't read it for yourself, that means whatever interpretation you are being told that it is, that's what it is to you. So you are being given a version of what it actually is, the King James Version. Let me break it down for you. If there is an accident in your city, in your county, car accident, the police are called, the slave catchers are called out, and then they talk to the witnesses, the eyewitnesses to the accident. And they get the version, each witness, depending on their relationship and proximity to the accident, will give the police their version of the events in question. Did you catch that? Based on your eyewitness account and proximity and relationship to the accident in question, you are able to give the police your version of events, version of the accident. Do you follow? Follow the analogy. Okay, now A policeman takes all of the eyewitness statements and versions and they extrapolate, comprise what actually happened. And then we can take that into a court of law and hold someone liable for damages or loss of life. We can see who was actually at fault. It doesn't mean that you agree with the verdict, but we can see who was the guilty party. Does it make sense? Are you following the analogy? We revere the Bible, we don't read it. About 92% of Americans own at least one, and the average household has three. Are you kidding me? You got 3 Bibles in your house, but you don't read it. 2/3 say it holds the answer. So 2/3 of the people say that the Bible holds the answers to the basic questions of life. And the next president, whoever he is, will take a solemn oath on it eventually. It is the Bible, also known as the Good Book, and it remains unrivaled as the world's all-time best seller, not the Holy Quran of Mecca. Now, I need you to wrap your mind around this. I need you to wrap your mind around this. There are more quote unquote Muslims on planet Earth today than there are Christians. But yet, the Bible, also known as the Good Book, remains unrivaled as the world's all-time bestseller. It is also widely and frequently hailed as the underpinning of American values. Oh boy. And yet, even as the nation painstakingly closes the book on an election in which the candidates quoted the Bible as often as their party platform to woo voters, Americans are showing themselves to be remarkably ignorant of Bible or biblical basics. Did you catch that? The book is being sold, more Bibles being sold on planet Earth than any other book. Yet, the people don't read it. They just revere it. So they ain't got a clue of what's in it. You understand? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Watch this. y'all see who this is, right? See, I come from a whole lot of directions. I don't just come one way, I come several ways. That's what makes me dangerous. The type of the so-called Negroes is given in many parables in the Bible. That's why they don't want you to read it. In fact, if the Bible is rightly understood, which is not, because we don't read it, we having it being read to us, it is referring to none other than the so-called Negroes. Stop right there. Why did Elijah Muhammad say so-called Negroes? He must have known that you are not a Negro. He must have known by putting the word so-called Negro. If you read what Elijah Muhammad wrote in all of his writings, he always uses the verbiage, the so-called Negroes. He must have known that ain't you. But of course, if things are not spelled out 100% for you, it seems too difficult for you to think beyond what is being told to you, what is being communicated to you. If the Bible is rightly understood, it is referring to none other than the so-called Negroes and their enemies, the chosen people of God. They should shout with joy over the understanding that God has and is causing me to give them of the book. page 137 of Message to the Black Man, which you should have in your library. I keep referring to us as black men if he knew we wasn't black men. Because he's giving it to you in baby steps. He also didn't tell you the evils of your history. He didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you the evil of your history. What did he say about it? Because he said you was already beat down to nothing. You already consider yourself nothing, so why tell you the evils of your history? He's trying to pick you up. But you do understand if you're the original man and woman, once you get your actual history, you're like, oh boy, wow. I just told you and proved to you we did slavery to ourselves. He didn't tell you, ain't get that from Elijah Muhammad. Oh, but if you understand the Moorish history, boy, you be like, oh, yeah, we did it to ourselves. Matter of fact, not only did we do it to ourselves, we did it to everybody else too. Let's move on. You say, when you going to get to the Jacques Leeds case, man? I'm laying the backdrop. I'm giving you the foundation. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Anyway, let's get off into this. Wait a minute. Where my Jacques? There it is. There it is. I'm going to come down here to the Leeds case, and then we're going to come back up and catch some stuff. If you haven't had the chance to read the Jacques Leeds case, it will do you good to read it. Now, the information contained, I'm not talking about read the actual court case. I'm talking about read the summary. You understand? The things that were discussed. We're going to go over it right now. Check this out. Let me get to it. Let me get to it. You see, I said this is a part of our foundation. If you look at our common law court, in every removal that we use, since we have the ability in our common law court and we have the paramount jurisdiction coming through the illustrious doorway of the illustrious Hebrew prophet Noble Drew Ali, since we have the highest charter in the land, Charter of Warning Dispensation 1099. And for those that think we are off our rocker, let me just go ahead and help you with that. Let me just help you with it by filing this religious affidavit of organization using the Herb Smith revised statutes. Prophet Noble Drew Ali establishes a body politic and corporate and free national government, August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. Just to add emphasis to the point, just in case you thought I had lost my mind, in case you thought we didn't know how to connect the dots. I know how to do this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read some stuff, but then we're going to jump around. Let me see if I can get it bigger. Yeah. But then we're going to jump around with illustrations, because illustrations, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we're going to have a lot of pictures up here today. Now, this information, you can find this information in our Naturalization Orientation Handbook. You can go to our website, Moorish American National Republic.com, and pick up not only the Prophet's literature, but you can pick up, the Naturalization Orientation Handbook, which you should have several copies in your personal library. You really should, and since you're coming out of the holiday season, you should, these make great stocking stuffers. I'm telling you. Give it to all your friends. Buy it, give it to your friends. I don't know if they're going to read it or not, but give it to them anyway. Talk about it. It should be discussed at the dinner table. It should be the subject of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, taught, what he teaches, and how, most importantly, and how does it apply to me? How does it apply to you? How does it apply to the country? You got to be able to demonstrate it like this. So now, according to all scientific and historical records, there is no Negro, black, or colored race in the human family of peoples and nations. You understand? This sounds familiar, right? Sound like Acts 6 there a little bit. In order to obtain the truth concerning the origin of the so-called black people of America. See, now, here's the word so-called black people. of America. Elijah Muhammad, in Message to the Black Man, say the so-called Negroes. Now it's so-called black people. Uh-huh. So-called African Americans. Are we starting to get the trend? Starting to get it? Uh-huh. One must return to the year 990 AD. Now, let me say this. Ain't nobody talking like this. Ain't nobody taking you back to 990 AD when the Moorish slave traders, the who? The what? Are these Europeans? No, it said the Moorish slave traders. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Remember Elijah Muhammad said, I'm not going to tell you the evils of your history? Whoa. Whoa. When the Moorish slave traders exchanged dark skinned Moors for lighter skinned Moors who had been captured by a Portuguese adventurer. No, see the nationality? Portuguese. The dark skinned Moorish bondsmen and bondsmaids were branded, names that allude to slavery by the Portuguese and Spanish. See the national origin? Portuguese and Spanish, with the names from their European Romance languages, which allude to slavery. Uh-huh. Thus, the term Negro derived from the Latin word niger, meaning black, and several variations of it, okay, came into use for this degraded purpose, not only in the Iberian Peninsula, but also in other parts of Europe. Wait a minute. Come at that again. This term Negro derived from the Latin word niger, meaning black, and several variations of it came into use for the degraded purpose of what? Slavery. You still think I'm set tripping, right? You still think I'm set tripping, right? Huh? Huh? Because these names, Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopian, were given to the slaves by the slaveholders in 1779. Y'all still think I'm crazy. Mm-hmm. Let's continue. Let's go down here. We're gonna pick it up. I'm gonna come back to that in just a minute. Okay, here we go. So, in the Jack Leeds case, you can get these books by Horace Greeley, The American Conflict, published in 1865, and George Bancroft, History of the United States of America, published in 1854. Get these books. The word black and all of its variations in all languages have always connotated evil, misery, and death. Moreover, the equally inappropriate term colored implies that the individual described has been painted, varnished, stained, or dyed. Afro or African are terms which arose from the European name Africa, another branded upon that continent by the ancient Romans in honor of the Roman general Scipio Africanus following his conquest of the Moorish city of Carthage. Clearly, none of these misnomers, Negro, black, colored, or African, can be legitimately applied to any people of the human family because such expressions not only fall short or fail to accurately designate the true race and national origin of the people described, but also degrade such people to the level of subhuman existence. Stop right there. I need you to understand and comprehend. Remember, this is a federally mandated case that has been adjudicated. Now, I need you to lock in with me. If this has been adjudicated, and it has, that means it is now case law. It is now case law, and can be used by everybody to eradicate and liberate themselves from whatever they got going on. Did you catch that? This case, the Jacques Leeds case that was adjudicated in the mid 1970s, is a federally mandated case that has been adjudicated and is now case law. That's what attorneys rely on. They go into already adjudicated cases, case law, and they go, well, according to this case and according to that case, this is how you ruled back there in the 1970s. This is how you ruled back there in the 1950s. This is how you ruled in 1883. You understand? This is how you rule. This is how the Supreme Court rule. This is how the federal court rule. This is how the state courts rule. So therefore, my client, based on already adjudicated case law, should not be liable to whatever it is. I need you to lock in with that while I'm reading. We have the only federally mandated case in the country. There is no Moorish paradigm that has a federally mandated case that validates what we teach. I had one person get on my thread and say it like this: so y'all think, talking about us under the leadership of National Grand Sheik Joel Bratton Bay, who resides in Baltimore, Maryland, he said, y'all think that y'all are special. Y'all think that y'all, who are under the leadership of National Grand Sheik Joel Bratton Bay, who resides in Baltimore, Maryland, y'all think y'all are special because we have the paper trail that we have. And I typed back in my response, thus, you damn right. Just like that, quote unquote, end of statement. You damn right we special. And so are you. That's the part you're not getting. And so are you. And these Europeans who are calling themselves white folks know that. So they swept all this under the rug. Whoo, praise be to Allah for our national grand. Look at what you got on the screen. In particular, since the so-called black folks of the United States were, in fact, Moors in 990 AD, they must be, therefore, Moors in 1976 AD, now 2024 AD. These Moors are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of the land Europeans call Africa, but whose true name is a Maxim. Mm-hmm. Are you feeling me? Are you feeling me? The land of Maxim extends across the great Atlantis. Atlantis, not Atlantic. Atlantis was the land along the old Moorish trade route defined by the 36° 30 parallel to the land known today as North, Central, and South America, the old Moroccan Empire. Land today. As descendants of Moroccans born in America, we are the true and historically verified Moorish American heirs to the land where the United States of America has been established. What do you mean, heir? Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the only man to bring us our nationality and birthrights and keys to our vast estate, the heirs to the land where the United States of America has been established. Although 20 Moorish sheiks and sheikesses were brought to Jamestown in 1620 in a Dutch man of war, notice how people are being identified by nationality, bearing Spanish individual names as well as the general term Negro, forced upon them by the Spanish slave masters, from whom the Dutch commandeered these bondsmen, unbound Moors. Wait a minute, unbound Moors. You mean, said another way, free Moors. Free Moors, Moors who knew their national origin, Moors who had a free national name, Moors who were a party to the free national constitution, Moors who were actual citizens of the U period, S period, A period. Those unbound Moors had inhabited the permanent occupancy and occupants and civilized the Western Hemisphere. I didn't say the United States. I said the unbound Moors had inhabited and civilized the Western Hemisphere, North, South, and Central, and the surrounding islands for centuries. A century is 100 years. It said for centuries, plural. We don't know how many centuries. Okay, it doesn't mention that before Christopher Columbus supposedly discovered a part of the world for Europeans that had never been lost to the Asiatic peoples. Remember, this is a federally mandated case. That means what I am reading was discussed and verbally said on the record in a federal courtroom in Baltimore, Maryland, in the mid 1970s. Unfortunately, these Moors of the West engaged in an extensive slave trade in human property of all races with these Moors of the East. So the Moors had an empire west, the Moors had an empire in the East. And they both were engaged in a slave trade amongst each other. It was these Moors of the West, with the support of the Sultan of Morocco, helped win the Revolutionary War against the yoke of Great Britain. Stop right there. Stop right there. Now, the Revolutionary War was in 1776. What? So it was the Moors in the West who, with the support of the Sultan of Morocco, helped win the Revolutionary War in 1776 against the yoke of Great Britain for the 13 colonies, and who assisted in the negotiation of the 1786 treaty between Morocco and the United States. This would be the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Oh, we're going to take a minute. We're going to take a minute. Get your pencil and paper out. We're going to take a minute. We're going to take a minute. It was these Moors in the West who, with the support of the Sultan of Morocco, helped win the Revolutionary War against the yoke of Great Britain for the 13 colonies, and who assisted in the negotiation of the 1786 treaty between Morocco and the United States. More importantly, the Moorish descendants compromised the majority at the Continental Convention. I'm sorry, the Constitutional Convention of 1787. I don't think you're getting it. I don't think you're catching it. Wait a minute. So let me get this straight. The Moors of the East engaged in a slave trade with the Moors of the West. So obviously that means the Moors were running things. The Moors have a republican form of government which ensued out of the great law of peace that is governing the Western Hemisphere, which means if we have a government running in the Western Hemisphere, that means also the people in the West have a constitution, a free national constitution. That means they also have a flag because we are told in Acts 6 in the last tier of law that the Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, which we know now by reading the Jacques Leeds case is really a Mexican. Okay. We know a series of earthquakes took place, and now a Mexum is split, and now there's a great body of water in between two large bodies of land, i.e., called continents. Are you following? Are you getting the story? These Moors who were at the majority at this first constitutional convention in 1787, we the people to form a more perfect union. 35 Moorish chieftains, 20 Anglo-Saxons, 35 Moorish chieftains, 35 white men, because white is a status, and 20 Anglo-Saxon, 20 white men, because white is a status, not pigmentation of skin. Okay, so these white men collectively formed we the people to form a more perfect union. Well, you couldn't have a more perfect union unless you had a union to begin with. Now, a couple of things is happening here. The Moors that are forming this we the people to form a more perfect union obviously knew who they were. But the Moors' nationality, those who did not know who they were, was being stripped in 1774 in the same era of time. I know, follow the story, because the Moors that formed this more perfect union, we the people, were slaveholders, and they didn't want to let their slaves go. The European sons looking at this drama, they like, okay, you're gonna do this to your own people? Hell, we want to get involved in it too. Let's get involved in this slave trade. So we allowed the nationality of the Moors to be stripped. We could have said no. But that meant we would have had to free our slaves, i.e., they will no longer be property. Do you follow me? Okay. Now, at the Revolutionary War, these Moors helped the 13 colonies get free from under the yoke of Great Britain. But you have been made to believe that a lot of these, that matter of fact, you've been made to believe that all of the 13 colonies were founded by Europeans, pale skinned Europeans. Let me be real clear. You were made to believe that all of these colonies, the 13 colonies, were founded by pale skinned Europeans. No. If you are the original man, and if you have an empire east and west, that means King George III of England looked like you. King James of the Bible looked like you. A lot of the first presidents of the U period, S period, A period look like you, which means a lot of the occupants of the 13 colonies look like you. And it was those individuals that look like you that helped win the Revolutionary War. It wasn't a war with the Moors. This is the pale skinned European trying to get free from his slave master over there. You follow me? Now, let us continue. Oh, no, no, let us not continue. Let's continue, but we're gonna bring some other things to the table. Can somebody explain to me? Let me find what I'm looking for. Hold on, let me find what I'm looking for. I want somebody to explain this to me. And then we're gonna come back to this Jack Lee's case. Hold on, I gotta find what I'm looking for. I found something for you. Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Dude, where is it? Where is it? Bear with me, because I got it. Because a lot of Moors, their claim to fame is treaties. And when you look in the Free National Constitution, it says treaties shall be, law of the land, right? I get it. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to do this the hard way. I'm gonna have to do this the hard way. Can't find what I'm looking for. And I know I got it up here, so bear with me. Yep, we definitely gonna come. Here it is. Here it is, right here. Boom. Let's go. Ooh wee. Let's go. Can somebody explain to me what this is? Just read it, brother. Just read it. It says Morocco, peace and friendship. It's a treaty. Treaty of peace and friendship. Oldest treaty on the planet. That's right, brother. That's what it is. It's that treaty that brought the United States into existence. That's what it is. That's y'all Moors' claim to fame, right? That's the Moors' claim to fame. Treaties. Treaty of peace, specifically this one. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Can you explain to me how this apply to you? I mean, in detail. How does it apply to you? Number one, I want you to specifically explain that to me. And number two, how do you enforce it? Because a treaty is only as good as your ability to enforce. Now, if you doubt what I'm saying, there are some people in the Western Hemisphere who are wearing the misnomer of an Indian right now. Indian. They claim, their claim to fame is that this is their land. Mm-hmm. And as the story goes, the pale skinned European came over here and just wreaked havoc on them. Just follow the story. Don't get excited. Just follow the story as it's being taught. This is what they teach. This is what they teach in the school system. This is what they teach. The Indians. And then there were several treaties established, of which the pale skinned European broke every one of them. Every one of them. So, coming to my point, if treaties are the highest law of the land according to the supreme law of the land, according to the supreme law of the land, the free national constitution, how do you enforce this, Moors? How do the Moors enforce the Treaty of Peace and Friendship? And can you show me specifically in here what part of this apply to you? Can somebody do that? Hold on, I'm gonna scroll slow. What part of this applies to you? Keep in mind, this is in the 1700s. Look at the date. Look at the date. See? Now, let's look at this. Who is His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco? Who is this Sultan of Morocco? And Where is the Sultan today? Matter of fact, not where, who is the Sultan of Morocco today? Follow me. Who is the Sultan of Morocco today? No, 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 don't get mad at me. Watch this. Don't get mad at me. Hold on. See what it says right there? Treaty sealed by the Emperor of Morocco, June 23rd, 1786, and delivered to the American agent at Morocco, June 28th, 1786. Uh-huh. So if we had a Sultan of Morocco in 1786, and we did, and the Sultan down the line of time, we keep having sultanships, if you will, to excuse that expression if that's not a good expression, but I need you to get an image in your mind. One sultan born, one sultan died. One sultan picks up the mantle, another sultan dies. Another sultan picks up the mantle because the Sultan of Morocco is an office. Do you follow me? Like the President of the United States, it's not one individual, it's an office. So it keeps moving right down the wheel of time. I say again, pay attention to me, Moors. Who, I didn't say what, I said who is the Sultan of Morocco today? Where you can take the treaty of peace and friendship and enforce it. He should be able to enforce this, right? Matter of fact, you should be able to enforce it on both sides of the Atlantic. If we understand in the way y'all carrying on, if we understand the way y'all carrying on, you understand? Follow me. Who's the Sultan of Morocco today? I know you can't tell me because it don't exist. I know you. No, bro. No, you pay attention to me. It don't exist. Google it. It don't exist. There is no Sultan of Morocco. Uh-oh. Come on now. Let's deal with some reality. The Morocco that you see today, that little North African country, that's not the Morocco that you got on your screen. That is the Kingdom of Morocco. Let's get off into that. That was a protectorate of the nation state of France. The Kingdom of Morocco did not win its independence from France until 1956. Oh, wait a minute. So now, does the King of Morocco know about this? Probably. But again, the original question was, how does this apply to Moorish Americans? Notice what I said. I said, how does it apply to Moorish Americans? Because you claim to be under the authority of the illustrious Hebrew prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Did he talk to you about a treaty of peace and friendship? Or did he establish a new era of time? This would be old era. Prophet Noble Drew Ali established a new era of time because we are in a new dispensation right now. You are corporate. All of these governments, listen, all of these governments on the planet are corporate. De facto, fake, in name only. including the one you living in. So I'm asking you, how do you apply this to yourself? Hey, that's I see the word more all through here. You know what I'm saying? I see it. I see it. Is this what you're trying to do? See, we was a more. You got to uphold a treaty. How do you enforce it? That's what I want you to explain to me. How do you enforce it? Now, I notice you trying to bring this into a jurisdiction and uniform commercial codes at the same time. You're trying to use this and United States codes at the same time. Prophet Noble Drew Ali tell you to do that. In the new era of time, established August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. by filing a religious affidavit of organization using the Heard Smith revised statutes. he didn't tell you to do that. He said come under his authority. Is this your claim to fame? If any of the citizens of the United States or any person under their protection shall have any disputes with each other, the consul shall decide between the parties, and whoever the consul shall require any aid or assistance from our government to enforce his decisions, it shall be immediately granted to him. Oh, look how citizens of the United States is written. Capital C. Proper noun, which means those individuals have a nationality. Uh-oh. What year was this? What year was this? 1789. Wasn't the Moors nationality stripped? So this only applied to those free persons that made up the lawful definition of sovereign people. This only applied to them. But it didn't say Moorish Americans. It says if a citizen of the any citizen of the United States should kill or wound a Moor. It didn't say a Moorish American. It said a Moor. Or on the contrary, if a Moor, didn't say Moorish American, it said a Moor, shall kill or wound a citizen of the United States, the law of the country shall take place and equal justice shall be rendered, the consul assisting the trial. And if any delinquent shall make his escape, the consul shall not be answerable for him in any manner whatsoever. Enforce it. Come on, Mose. Let me see you enforce this. And see how successful you're going to be. It look good on paper. I want to see you enforce it, though. And then give me the remedy. Because we are discussing the Jacques Leeds case. The only federally mandated case that validates what we teach under the leadership of our National Grand Sheikh Joel Bratton Bey, who resides in Baltimore, Maryland. Somebody tell me about this. So the Kingdom of Morocco didn't win their independence from France until 1956. 1956. Prophet Noble Drew Ali got on the scene and left. Prophet Noble Drew Ali establishing a new era of time. Why? Well, look at what happened in 1871. Look at what happened in 1871 with the Organic Act of 1871. Did they not file an affidavit? Did they not establish a body politic and corporate called the United States that's situated in the District of Columbia, a 10 square mile area? Did that not happen in 1871? So how do you apply this in the new era of time? That's some questions. I'm waiting on. I want somebody to answer that for me. Answer that for me. You got to understand what the prophet did, not what you're talking about. The United States is corporate now. That's why they deal with statutes. That's what they deal, statutory law, codes, ordinances. That's what they're dealing with. The statutes, codes, revised statutes apply only to corporate entities, legal fictions, corporations. So they turned everybody into a corporation, a corporate entity with the 14th Amendment and put them under the authority of the de facto Congress. That's why it's a democracy now and not a Republican form of government. I'm just putting it out there. I'm saying it to you several different ways so you get it. So you get it. Okay. So you got Muhammad V. That was the last Sultan of Morocco. Mhm. Follow me? Now you got a king over there. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I get this right. We fought a revolutionary war, not we the moles, the pale skinned Europeans. We assisted them in coming out from under a king over there in Europe, over there in Great Britain. But you want me to now get under the king of Morocco. That dog don't hunt. I'm trying to understand where you're going with this treaty of peace and friendship. I don't know. Figure it out. Figure it out. Let's continue. Let's get back to my case. I just wanted to bring that to the table. You see, because it is in this case. You see, dealing with this negotiation. Okay, now in writing the Constitution, let us continue. In writing the Constitution, the minds of these men were drawn to the work of the 1776 Continental Congress. 1776. Oh, that'd be Declaration of Independence. Uh-oh. Which produced the Declaration of Independence, declaring all men of all races and nationalities free and equal, as well as the Liberty Bell bearing the inscription of Leviticus 25:10, by which liberty is to be proclaimed throughout the land, and all men are to be returned to their rightful land and possessions. Wait a minute. All men are to be returned to their rightful land and possessions. Well, what is your possession? It ain't Martinez. It ain't Hernandez. That belongs to the Spanish. That belongs to the Spaniards. It ain't Willis McGillicuddy. It ain't Winfrey. It ain't Shaquille O'Neal. That belongs to the Europeans. It says here, Leviticus 25:10, the inscription on the Liberty Bell says, liberty is to be proclaimed throughout the land, and all men are to be returned to their rightful land and possessions. New era of time. And all men now must proclaim their free national name. This Mosaic law is the key to biblical scripture concerning slavery. Exodus 21:2, Leviticus 25:44, Deuteronomy 15, verses 12 through 18, whereby human beings are never slaves but bound, free men and women who must be released after 6 years' labor and generously compensated at double the rate of a hired servant. Compensation according to the free national constitution. According under the provisions of Article 1, Section 8, it's actually Article 1, Section 9, the Constitution gave the slave interests of the country 20 years to rid themselves of this degradation, as indicated by the writings of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. This 1808 clause was ratified as part of the Constitution with the understanding among all the people of the nation that human bondage was to be eradicated by that year. Now, that is according to the Free National Constitution, the 1808 clause, Article 1, Section 9 of the Free National Constitution. Now, brother and sister, we're going to have to start not only listening to what is being said to us, but we're going to have to get some books out and we're going to have to start looking this stuff up for ourselves so that we get comfortable with the information. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1, the migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to the year 1808, but a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation not exceeding $10 for each person. So the slavery was of such magnitude and on full tilt that this 18, they said, listen, no more importation of slaves by the year 1808. If you do it after the year 1808, we're going to start penalizing. We're going to start hitting that pocketbook. We're going to start hitting that wallet. $10 for each person. Okay. You follow me? Let's move on. Let's not tarry here all day. Let's move on. For those that have never seen the 1808 clause, pick up your Free National Constitution and read it for yourself. Article 1, Section 9. Okay. Now, let's continue. Tragically, a conspiracy arose amongst the Moorish and European slaveholders. I told you it was on full tilt. We don't want to let go. We're making a lot of money. We don't want to let go. Moorish and European slaveholders, reaping huge profits from slavery to extend the institution indefinitely. Now you see why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said in Acts 6, slavery lasted until 1865. They still extending slavery now, but they doing it corporately. Right now. Through your birth certificate, through your social security card, through people clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery, black, Negro, colored, African American, ETC, Ethiopian, etc., etc., etc. Misnomers. Because everything is corporate now. So unless you straighten out your political status, you just stuck. Anyway, through deceit, subterfuge, bribery, extortion, blackmail, murder, and treason, these conspirators control the Congress and thereby maintain their system. It is this conspiracy that caused the Civil War. Okay, let me get down here. Hold on. Oh, and again, see John A. Logan, The Great Conspiracy, published in 1886 and dedicated to all young men of America. Yet it was Abraham Lincoln who called the attention of the nation back to the true intentions of the founding fathers, both Moorish and European. See, you got to understand, everybody ain't 100% in agreement with what's going on, but it's still a government running. Just like today, everybody ain't in agreement with what's going on. Democrats view things one way, Republicans view things another way. You got independents that view things another way, and they all mixed in their big soup trying to make this thing work. But it's all de facto. Come out of her, my people, lest you be partakers of her plagues, for her sins have reached unto heaven. Come out of her, my people. Not integrate into her, come out of her. Separation is the best and only solution. Mhm. His executive will, talking about President Abraham Lincoln, the Melungeon president that looked like you and I, his executive will for the purpose of solving the so-called Negro black problem is expressed in the following documents. The initial Emancipation Proclamation of September the 22nd, 1862, that they don't talk about. The second Emancipation Proclamation of January the 1st, 1863, which is the compensated Emancipation Proclamation for those that don't know. Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction, dated December the 8th, 1863. That same amnesty and reconstruction, that an oath that you had to take, that the South, people in the Confederacy had to take to have their national rights reestablished after the Civil War, because they were outside of the constitutional fold of the free national government and free national constitution. They were outside of that, so they had to take an oath of amnesty to get back in it with certain parameters to get back under the Union. You follow me? December the 8th, 1863. So if you haven't done this as a Negro, black, colored, African American, and you're wearing the brands that delude to slavery, how do you justify your existence? Moving on. Proposed resolution to Congress dated February the 5th, 1865. Those Emancipation Proclamations, you understand? Following the assassination of Lincoln, President Andrew Johnson adhered to the policies of his predecessor, as indicated in the Johnson's proclamation on amnesty of May 8, 1865. Let's go. Mhm. The radical Republicans, led by Thaddeus Stevens in the House of Representatives and Charles Sumner in the Senate, attempted to hinder Lincoln's plan and to severely punish the South for rebelling against the Union. It didn't say rebelling against the United States, it said rebelling against the Union. To accomplish these ends, the radicals attempted to incorporate a 13th Amendment with two sections to the Constitution to prevent former slaveholders from receiving compensation for their confiscated human property. Let's read that again. To accomplish these ends, the radicals attempted to incorporate a 13th Amendment with two sections to the Constitution to prevent former slaveholders from receiving compensation for their confiscated human property. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You mean this? You mean this? 13th Amendment with two sections. Part of a conspiracy to prevent the slaves and the slaveholders from being compensated for the slaveholders for their property, and the slaves and their descendants from their labor. A conspiracy. 13th Amendment with two sections on your screen. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Where do we see this language? Subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Is that language not in the 14th Amendment? Is it not in the lawful definition of federal citizenship? Huh? Is that language not in there? Subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Please go ask your congressman, what is appropriate legislation? What is it? Explain it to me. Where can we find appropriate legislation? 13th Amendment with 2 sections. Show it to me. The radical Republicans, led by Thaddeus Stevens in the House of Representatives and Charles Sumner in the United States Senate, attempted to hinder President Lincoln's plans and to severely punish the South for rebelling against the Union. To accomplish these ends, the radicals attempted to incorporate a 13th Amendment with 2 sections to the Constitution to prevent former slaveholders from receiving compensation for their confiscated human property, because the Union soldiers went down to the i.e. South, the Confederacy, and took the slaves. Took the slaves. However, through the influence of Lincoln in the Congress, this amendment, the 13-2, was replaced by a 13th Amendment with 20 sections. Wait a minute. However, through the influence of Lincoln in the Congress, the 13th Amendment with 2 sections was replaced by a 13th Amendment with 20 sections, which was passed by both houses of Congress and signed by Lincoln on February the 1st, 1865, which makes it law and a permanent part of the free national Constitution. Hear me well. You mean to tell me that the 13th Amendment with 20 sections that our National Grand Sheik Joel Bratton Bay keeps telling you about and teaching you about is a permanent part of the United States free national Constitution? Am I the only one getting this? Oh, for emphasis, this is a federally mandated case that has already been adjudicated in federal court. This was discussed in open court in the mid 1970s in Baltimore, Maryland. It is this federally mandated case that validates what we teach. But following the presidential assassination, there arose amongst the radical Republicans a great conspiracy to continue their vendetta against the South by treacherously and illegally recalling the 13th Amendment with 2 sections. Come again. Let's come at that again. To accomplish these ends, the radicals attempted to incorporate a 13th Amendment with two sections. Hold on. A 13th Amendment with two sections. This. Just want to get it out there. Follow me. And that 13.2, okay, was replaced by a 13th Amendment with 20 sections. And it's that 13th Amendment with 20 sections. It was passed by both houses of Congress and signed by Lincoln on February the 1st, 1865. Uh-oh. What you mean a 13th Amendment with 20 sections? This. Huh? Now, somebody riddle me this. See what it says? The 13th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, ratified November the 18th, 1865, by 3/4 of the several states. Now, when you look at Act 6 and you see new era of time underlined, and you say, well, you know, Prophet Noble Lee filed a religious affidavit August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. I get it. But there's a lot that goes into this new era of time. This is a part of that new era of time. Slavery lasted until 1865, during the time of slavery. Ratified November the 18th, 1865. Ratified November the 18th, 1865, by 3/4 of the several states. And slavery lasted until 1865. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name. Free national name, not names that allude to slavery. All men now, European and Asiatic alike. Because the United States is now corporate. It's no longer a Republican form of government. Now you're up under statutory law, codes, and ordinances. You don't have a Republican form of government anymore. You have it, but you just not aligned with it. You have it, but you personally are not aligned with it. Your citizenship is coming through the 14th Amendment. You don't know nothing about what I got on the screen. You don't know nothing about what I got on the screen. The 13th Amendment, ratified November the 18th, 1865, by 3/4 of the several states. Let's look at it. Section 1, all persons shall have the right peacefully to assemble and worship God according to the dictates of their own consciousness. So if you feel like you want to be a Christian, well, you go right ahead and just be that. See what it says? You have the right to assemble in your church and worship God according to the dictates of your consciousness, not my consciousness. My consciousness says Islam. Your consciousness might say something else. But you have a right to do that. And I personally don't have the right to infringe upon your right to worship God as you see fit, even if you don't believe God at all. Try that on for size. There's some people out here believe in Satan. They have a right to do it according to the free national constitution, because that is according to the dictates of their consciousness. They have a right to do it as long as their worship doesn't infringe on my rights. You follow me? According to the free national constitution, of which the 13th Amendment is lawfully made a part of November the 18th, 1865. Continue. The use of the public press shall not be obstructed. Oh, free press. But criminal publications made in one state against the lawful institutions of another state shall not be allowed because each one of these states are really independent nations. What you can do in one state, you can't necessarily do in another state. But all of the state constitutions have to be aligned with the free national constitution. You understand? That's how this works. Which means now you got to read the state constitution in your state. You got to know what's in that. And does it align with the first 7 articles of the free national constitution? Section 3, the right of the citizens to free and lawful speech in public assemblies. You mean free speech? You have the right to say and speak freely. That ain't what you got under democracy. Under democracy, it goes like this. You have the right to free speech, but be careful what you say, because we might cancel your, you know what? Cancel culture. That ain't what we talking about here. The right of citizens to free and lawful speech in public assemblies shall not be denied. Access to citizens of the ballot box shall not be obstructed. Is that not your voting? So if this has already covered freedom of speech, you can worship God how you want, the press, freedom, your citizenship, and citizenship rights. Hello? What are you doing in this democracy? What are you doing? The military shall always be subordinate to the existing judiciary authority over citizens. The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall never be suspended in the presence of the judicial authority. And it talks about 3630, talks about the seat of government. It's talking about involuntary servitude. See, I want you to understand where the language is coming from. Remember, this is the law of the land. Involuntary servitude except for a crime. You said that's 13th Amendment, 2 sections. I'm showing you where they got it from. Yeah. This. I want to show you how this is being tied back to the free national constitution. There are 8 sections in this 13th Amendment with 20 sections that tie back to the free national constitution. So anytime you see the right of representation, section 2, article 1, section so-and-so, section so-and-so, that's tying you back to the free national constitution. But if you don't read the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, if you don't read it and ask yourself, how does this apply to me? Then you just lost. Section 12, let me deal with section 12 here for just a minute. The traffic in slaves with Africa is hereby forever prohibited on the pain of death. Now, you remember the Free National Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, the 1808 clause? You remember that? The traffic in slaves with Africa is hereby forever prohibited on pain of death. Well, that's serious. And the forfeiture of all the rights and property of persons engaged therein. Think about the 1808 clause, Article 1, Section 9 of the Free National Constitution. And the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. You say, well, right there, brother, we can't be citizens right there. In the very amendment that you talking about. Question is, are you African? Didn't we cover this earlier in the Jack Lee case? That we are not Africans? Did we not just cover this? Did we not say in order to get the truth of our history, you got to go back to the year 990 AD? Huh? We wasn't referring to ourselves as Africans in 990 AD. Did we not discuss how this comes out of the European Romantic languages? Did we not discuss the ancient Roman general Cyprico Africanus conquered the Moorish city of Carthage? Huh? And they put the name of Africa on the entire continent? So, no, we are not Africans. We are not descendants of Africans. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, called Africa by the Europeans, but whose true divine name is a maxim. Do you get it now? I can do this all day. But let's continue. Let's continue. Let's get right here. Let's get right here. Hold on. No, let's get right here. Here we go. There it is. Show me this language in the 13th Amendment with 2 sections. Somebody. Because you're going to see this language not only in the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, you see this language that I'm about to read in the lawful definition of Emancipation Proclamation, which is really the supplemental Emancipation Proclamation. Now, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you. We talked about the initial Emancipation Proclamation, further matured, compensated Emancipation Proclamation, further matured, supplemental Emancipation Proclamation, further matured, oath of amnesty and reconstruction. Those proclamations, it is the 13th Amendment with the 20 sections, which is on your screen right now, which substantiates those proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln. I don't think you catching what I'm saying. I don't think you catching what I'm saying. I don't think you're catching what I'm saying. If those proclamations are substantiated by the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, and the 13th Amendment with 20 sections was made a permanent part of the free national constitution, November the 18th, 1865, by 3/4 of the several states, which makes it law. That also means that the proclamations are the law of the land. This is not up for debate. This is actual facts. Now, if you know of a sister named Deputy Sheikis Marie Lee Beck, who resides out here in the Arizona Republic, if you have her phone number, if she comes on the member form, if she comes into the town hall, can you ask her, was she in the courtroom when I went to get the court order so I can make the changes to my political status? Ask her if she was in the courtroom and she heard me say to Judge Lynch on the record, there is no, the proclamations are the law of the land. I said it on the record, and that is what caused him to cut the mics off. Click. No more microphone. Approach the bench. What is it in them proclamations? Because if you know about them proclamations, then you know about that 13th Amendment with 20 sections. If you know about them proclamations and you know about them that 13th Amendment with 20 sections, then you know that we have an ongoing conspiracy against the Moors. Ongoing, not was, present, right now, as we speak, in 2024. Then you know about that too. Which means if you know about that 13th Amendment with 20 sections, and you know about them proclamations, which is the law of the land, then you also know, boy, we are de facto. We went corporate. because the proclamations and the 13th Amendment with 20 sections is prior to the establishment of the government that is put in the District of Columbia. It's prior to. It's prior to. It's prior to. Let me prove my point to you. Can I prove my point to you? Can I prove my point to you? Can I prove my point to you? Watch this here. Hello. Two different and distinct nations. What? Supreme Court. Supreme Court. Wait a minute. Let's go back and get it. Let's look at the date. Look at where this is. Look at where this is. August the 19th, 1940. First, I want you to understand the technology that the European uses. You heard me say the Union is perpetual. On the back of our nationality card, Prophet Noble Drew Ali says, I am a citizen of the U period, S period, A period. Look at what's on your screen. United States of America congressional record, U period, S period, A period. The Union is perpetual. You can't get rid of this unless you're going to remove the land from the planet. Okay? It's perpetual. But I'm showing you the chicanery. Every time they make an official anything, it starts just like this. United States of America congressional record. House Joint Resolution, such and such and so, United States of America, in Congress assembled. See? But they have miseducated you. So they got you thinking that when they're talking about the United States. They know it's one government with two jurisdictions. They know this. They don't teach you that, though. I want you to note particularly that this was in 1913, and that 1913 was the very year we changed our government from a republic to a democracy. The year in which we destroyed constitutional government. This is the United States Supreme Court. Brother and sister, pay attention. I'm not making this up. Do you 1913. Very year we changed our government from a republic to a democracy. 1913. You just not getting it. Who was on the scene in 1913? As a counter to this madness. By filing a religious affidavit, August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m., using the Herbert Smith revised statutes, Prophet Noble Drew Ali established a free national government. Taking you back to the Union. Two different and distinct nations, one government, two jurisdictions, two nation states. One called the United States, the other called the Moorish American National Republic, the Moorish American state. The ideal prevails with some. Indeed, it has expression in arguments at the bar that we have in this country substantially two national governments, one to be maintained under the Constitution with all of its restrictions, the other to be maintained by Congress outside and independently of that instrument. Let's come again. The ideal prevails with some. Indeed, it has expression in arguments at the bar that we have in this country substantially two national governments. So when you go to the warning of 1928 by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he keeps using the word free national government. The word free is an adjective that describes the noun national government. Free national government. Notice the Supreme Court said we have substantially two national governments. One to be maintained under the Constitution. That would be the free national Constitution, the first 7 articles, with all of its restrictions. That's the Republican form of government. The other to be maintained by Congress. That is the democracy. The one being maintained by Congress can't do nothing with. Time, I hope you are. Like, boy, that brother on fire. Man, what is going on? I can't believe this. Let's continue. The Jacques Leeds case. However, through the influence of Lincoln and the Congress, this amendment was replaced by a 13th Amendment with 20 sections, which passed both houses of Congress and signed by Lincoln on February the 1st, 1865. But following the presidential assassination, there arose among the radical Republicans a great conspiracy to continue their vendetta against the South by treacherously and illegally recalling the 13th Amendment with 2 sections and forcing its ratification by the northern and western states. The southern states have never ratified this 13th Amendment with 2 sections. I say again, the southern states never ratified the 13th Amendment with 2 sections. In addition, by manipulating the former bondsmen of the nation, both the educated, such as President Frederick Douglass, as well as the uneducated, these radicals devised the 14th and 15th Amendments in an attempt to cover up their plot. So check out this conspiracy. Check out this conspiracy. We're gonna pretend like this 13th Amendment with 20 sections is not the law of the land. We're gonna pretend like this 13th Amendment with 20 sections does not substantiate these proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln. We're not even gonna talk about it. Okay, but it's still the law of the land. We can't do nothing about it because it was made a permanent part of the Constitution, the free national Constitution, November the 18th, 1865. We can't do nothing about it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to sweep it under the rug. It's not that it's not there. You just can't see it. And if you don't know anything about it, then you just don't know anything about it. Praise be to Allah for the Dingle Ear brothers. Do you understand how important these brothers are? Not were, are. Do you understand? We wouldn't know nothing about this, nothing about this at all if it were not for these sheiks. Oh my God. I mean, take a moment and drink that in. We wouldn't know nothing about it. Do you? Hold on. I'm going to take it a step further. Do you understand? We would know nothing about this if it were not for our national grand sheik, Joel Brandenbeck. who resides in Baltimore, Maryland. Do you understand that? Ain't nobody elevate the Dingle brothers. This brother of ours was taught by Richardson Dingle. I need you to lock that in. Lock that in. Taught by Richardson Dingle personally. Now, surely he wasn't the only one. But he got the source directly from the man who resurrected the executive will of President Abraham Lincoln. Other than that, brother and sister, we would not know anything about it. Now, I need you Moors in the United States to understand this. If National Grand Sheikh Joel Bradley Bay was not talking about the national side of the movement the way in which he does, do you understand you would have nothing to talk about? I need you to understand this. You wouldn't have nothing derogatory to say if he did not keep the executive will of President Abraham Lincoln alive and well. If he wasn't talking about this from the Richardson Dingle ill, you Moors would have nothing derogatory to say. You would have nothing to say about the 13th Amendment with 20 sections because you wouldn't know nothing about it. You wouldn't have nothing to say. You wouldn't have nothing to say about him personally because he wouldn't be teaching. Okay, what else we would have going on? We wouldn't be talking about the proclamations of Abraham Lincoln. You wouldn't know nothing about it. We definitely wouldn't be talking about naturalization. We wouldn't even be talking about it. Which means the entire paper trail, including the federally mandated case that I am currently reading to you, would not exist. Now, let me show you something, brother and sister. Let me show you something from your prophet. Let me find it. Let me find what I'm looking for. Hold on. Because I need you to lock in with what I'm actually saying to you. You wouldn't know none of this. Hold on. No, I got to find it. Bear with me. We gonna find it. Here it is. Nope. Matter of fact, let me start closing stuff out so I can get to it. You close that out. Close that out. I'm gonna come back to that in a minute. We can close that out. We're gonna come to that in a minute. We can close this out. We're gonna hold on to this. We might get into this. Hold on. Acts 6, I got that in 2 places. We can close this out. I'm not going to talk about that. We can close that out. We can close this out. We're going to stay right there. I need to find something here. Bear with me 1 second. We're going to come back to that. We definitely going to come back to this. Matter of fact, I need to illustrate that now. Hold on. Oh, I'm not going to leave it alone. Yep, here we go. We're getting to where. Yep, here we go. Do this look familiar to all the Moors? Do this look familiar? This is the warning of 1920 and 8. Prophet Noble Drew Ali's divine warning of 1928. Now, we just told you about this conspiracy. Now, I need you to understand this. Did you hear me say the year? 1928. Which means that in the warning of 1928, Prophet Noble Drew Ali is referring to the historical record of the United States of America. He's referring to the Civil War era. Think with me. Think, think. I'm not going through the whole thing, but I need you to understand something. Through your free national name, you are known and recognized by all nations of the earth. Now, you say, I don't want to deal with that. I'm a black person. I'm African American. It is what it is. This is your mindset. Then, from the Moorish perspective, I'm asking you in the warning, well, what's your free national name? You looking up in the sky. Through your free national name, you are known and recognized by all nations of the earth. Hold on. Act 6. But this is a new era of time, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be known and recognized by all the nations of the earth. Your free national name is Moorish American. I say again, your free national name is Moorish American. I did not say your free national name was Moor. I said your free national name was Moorish Americans, Moroccans born in America. America is a continent, north, south, central, and the surrounding islands. So when you go to chapter 45 of the Circle 7, you'll see all of them people and all of them nation states, Brazilian, Argentinians, Mexicans, the Hondurans, the Chileans. All of these people are ancient descendants of the Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, which is really a maxim. Through your free national name, you are known and recognized by all the nations of the earth that are recognized said national government. Well, what is this free national government? You understand? It's the U period, S period, A period. It's the Republican form of government that was established way back there in 1774 with the Articles of Association. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali tells you, I am a citizen of the U period, S period, A period. Let's keep it moving. The 14th and 15th Amendments brought the North and South in unit, placing the Southerner, which was at that time without power. At that time, what time? 1865. Without power with the constitutional body of power. How are you going to give them the constitutional body of power? How are you going to do that? You have to reestablish their citizenship. They took the oath of amnesty and reconstruction administered by President Abraham Lincoln in 1865. And their rights were reestablished, and President Lincoln gave the state governments 37 years to bring their state constitutions in line with the free national constitution, taking us to the year 1900. Giving you another reason why Prophet Noble Drew Ali popped up on the scene when he did. So, the 14th and 15th Amendments brought the North and South in unit, placing the Southerner, which was at that time without power, with the constitutional body of power. And at that time, 1865, the free national constitutional law that was in force since 1774. Why is he using that year? That takes you back to the Articles of Association. Notice it didn't take you back to the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Uh-oh. Oops. Did I say that out loud? I think I said it out loud. Was the mic on? The mic was on. The free national constitutional law that was enforced since 1774 declared all men equal and free. And if all men are declared by the free national constitution, which is the first 7 articles, to be free and equal, since that constitution has never been changed. See, this is what the European knows. There is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendment for the salvation of our people and citizens. Now, maybe I need to put my glasses on. I just showed you a few minutes ago the 13th Amendment with 2 sections. I showed you the 13th Amendment with 20 sections. Clearly, if Prophet Noble Drew Ali knew about the 14th and 15th Amendments, which Europeans say was ratified in 1868, let them tell it. Let them tell it. Surely, Prophet Noble Drew Ali knew about the 13th Amendment with 20 sections. He does not mention the 13th Amendment at all. At all. It's not mentioned. It's not there. Why is this? The 13th Amendment is the amendment and law that you must enforce for your actual freedom. Don't tell me you must enforce the law to save the nation, but you can't tell me what laws to enforce. You got to know what law to enforce to save the nation. But before you enforce the law to save the nation, you got to enforce the 13th Amendment on yourself. You're not in line with the 13th Amendment. Come on, brother. Come on, sister. You're not in line with it. You're under the 13th Amendment with 2 sections. You're here. You're here. 13th Amendment with 2 sections. I just told you and showed you this is a part of a conspiracy. Why would you want to be here? I also showed you the lawful 13th Amendment with 20 sections, ratified November the 18th, 1865, by 3/4 of the several states, which makes it a permanent part of the free national constitution. So the 13th Amendment with 2 sections, this was outlawed by the United States Supreme Court with this. Civil Rights Cases 109 U.S. 3, October the 15th, 1883. Then the United States Supreme Court rules 13th Amendment with 2 sections, the 14th and 15th Amendment unconstitutional. Now I know you tripping, right? I know you tripping. You can't read that small print. Let me see if I can blow it up. Yeah, there it is. I just want to show you something. See, it says right here in the small print, you see 109 U.S. 3. You see October the 15th, 1883. You see Constitutional Law, Civil Rights Act of March the 1st, 1875. 13th and 14th Amendments. You see this, right? You see this. Now let's go back to the not the Dred Scott case. We're going to get there. But we want to go back to the, I forgot the brother's name, Jacques case. Okay, check it. This same 14th Amendment. Now look, listen. Wait a minute. What? Let me go to this amendment. Let me wait a minute. Let me read this again. I need you to catch what I'm saying. The southern states have never ratified it. Ratified what? The 13th Amendment with the two sections. Never did it. In addition, by manipulating the former bondsmen of the nation, both the educated, as such as Frederick Douglass, as well as the uneducated, the radicals devised the 14th and 15th Amendments in an attempt to cover up their plot. Wait a minute. Did not Prophet Noble Drew Ali mention this 14th and 15th Amendment and give you the purpose as to why why they were doing it the way they was doing it? Hold on, let me get back over here to this warning of 1920 and 8. Okay, see what it says right there? The free national constitutional law that was in force since 1774 declared all men equal and free. And if all men are declared by the free national constitution to be free and equal, since the constitution has never been changed, there is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendment for the salvation of our people and citizens. Uh-oh, he ain't mentioned the 13th, because the law of the land was the 13th Amendment with 20 sections. That's the only law you can enforce to save yourself. That law is on the books right now. That law substantiates the four proclamations of Abraham Lincoln, which gives us everything we need. It gives us everything we need to sustain ourselves as a nation state. I know you don't believe that either. I know you're like, nope, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Okay. Let's go to our rules of incorporation. Let's go to our rules of incorporation. Let's see what the purpose of this corporation is. Because there's a controversy between nationalization and naturalization. Let's deal with it. The purpose for which the corporation is formed. What corporation? First of all, let's get the name of the corporation. The Moorish Science Temple, the Divine and National Movement of North America Incorporated, number 13, Articles of Incorporation. Let's go. Now let's get back at it. Okay, so now, what is the purpose of this corporation? Let's see. The purpose for which the corporation is formed are as follows: that said corporation is to conduct business and bring about the nationalization of all lands, finance, compensation, or reparations that are due under the ownership of the Moorish American nation, making the United States government responsible for their operation. Stop. Were y'all aware of that? Now, let me bring our national grand back to the table, because y'all talk about this brother all the time. Yes, you do. He naturalizing all our people. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? He should be nationalizing. Nationalization is something that governments do. So now you're saying in your mind, that's right, brother, we a nation. We a government. But yet you all splintered all over the place. We got Moorish factions from everywhere. The said corporation, the Moorish, the Divine and National Movement of North America Incorporated, the said corporation is to conduct business and bring about the nationalization of all lands. You ain't gonna hear me mention people at all. Finance, compensation, or reparations. You ain't never gonna get reparations. Reparations is one nation, it comes from one nation given to another nation. This is international law. International law. There's but one issue for them, and that is for them to be recognized. And it comes only through the connection of the Moorish Divine and National Movement, which is incorporated in this government. And through it, they and their children can secure their divine rights. Said another way, their unalienable rights. Said another way, their birthrights. Said another way, their constitutional rights. You understand me? The said corporation is to conduct business and bring about the nationalization of all lands. What lands? The northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Finance, compensation, or reparations, that which is damages paid from one nation state to another nation state that are due under the ownership of the Moorish American nation. Now, our National Grand Sheikh included all of you Moors in this. He ain't set tripping. He's speaking for everybody. But hold on, you don't want this? Making the United States government responsible for their operation. Colonization and compensation is to be complied with in conjunction with Section 17 of the 13th article of amendment with 20 sections and third article of compensated emancipation dated December the 15th, 1862 as follows. Whenever any state wherein involuntary servitude is recognized or allowed shall propose to abolish such servitude and shall apply for pecuniary assistance, that means monetary, therein, and the Congress may, in its discretion, grant such relief not exceeding $100 for each person liberated. But Congress shall not propose such abolishment or relief to any state. Congress may assist free persons of African descent to immigrate and colonize Africa. The Moabites, the Moorish Americans, are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Every state wherein slavery now exists shall abolish the same therein at any time or times before the first day of January in the year of our Lord 1900, shall receive compensation from the United States as follows. You don't want this? This is the law of the land we're reading from. The 13th Amendment with its 2 sections. I'm sorry, the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections. Law of the land, ratified November the 18th, 1865, made a permanent part of the free national constitution of said government that Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you to obey in the Moorish Constitution and bylaws, Act 5 to be specific. Said government, Republican, the Union Republic. So how does one apply to the Union Republic? You would have to go through a naturalization process according to the free national constitution that Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you to obey in Act 5. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization, that process by which one obtains nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the privileges of citizenship because your nationality was stripped in 1774, and you are clinging to the names and brands that delude to slavery. You accepted them brands in 1779. And since you didn't go through a process of naturalization right up until this very moment in 2024, you still ain't got your citizenship. You still ain't up under the free national constitution. You still are not up under the Republican form of government. You dealing with de facto democracy, uniform code, statutes, and ordinances. Hello? It's really not that complicated, brother. It's really not that complicated. Okay, but there's a lot in here. We're not gonna go through the whole thing. We're not gonna go through the whole thing, but we are gonna stop right here. You know what I'm saying? The Hebrew law. Hold on. I got it a little bigger on the I need to get a little bigger. Let me find it. Let me find it. The Hebrew law. Oh, there it is. There it is right there. Boom. March 31st, 1864. Check it. The Hebrew law. This is a conversation that is being debated in the United States Senate in 1864. Wait a minute. That would be the Civil War era. That would be the old era of time. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was talking about a new era of time. But let's see what we're talking about. This is the law of the land. These are laws. These are laws. I'm not even going to waste time. We're going to get right to it. This is debated. Let's see what they talk about in the United States Senate in 1864. Ira Marx said he in this connection that the Levitical Code, wait a minute, the Levitical Code, you mean Leviticus 25:10 and that book of Levi? Ira Marx said he in the connection that the Levitical Code or the Hebrew law. So Levitical Code and Hebrew law, one and the same, contains a provision for the naturalization of foreigners. Well, wait a minute. wait a minute. What? Now, you cannot accept Levitical Code 25:10 to be specific. You cannot talk about Prophet Noble Drew Ali did his hallow in the 50th year, come all ye Asiatics and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, but you want to reject this part. So you want to cherry pick what the prophets say to make your point. Now, you either going to accept all of Prophet Noble Drew Ali or none of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And to this date, I could be wrong, but to this date, based on what I have personally read, I have not seen anywhere in the prophet's literature, Prophet Noble Drew Ali's literature, where he told any of us to nationalize or naturalize. I haven't seen it. And if somebody has seen it, can you please show it to me? So now we got to look at what he did say, what he did write, and we got to understand the science of this. But once again, see, when you are a lazy person, you want everything spelled out exactly so that you ain't got to think. So many of us cannot demonstrate the national side of this movement because we don't know how to connect the dots, because we are not studying and reading the Prophet Noble Drew Ali's literature and asking ourselves, well, how does this information apply to me? Ira Marx said he in this connection that the Levitical Code or the Hebrew law contains a provision for the naturalization of foreigners, whether captives of war. When you read the proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln, they tell you in each one of them that we, the slaves, the people that are clinging to names and principles that are deluding to slavery, are captives of war. We're not voluntary immigrants. We're on our own land. by compliance with the requirements of this law. What law? The Levitical Code, the Hebrew law that has the provision for the naturalization of foreigners, the process by which one obtains nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the privileges of citizenship by compliance with the requirements of this law, the Hebrew law. They who? The Moors become citizens, entitled to all the rights and privileges and immunities of the native Hebrews, not U.S. citizens. Native Hebrews, not Negroes. Native Hebrews, not Indians. Native Hebrews. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the illustrious Hebrew prophet, one who crossed over from idol worship back to the one true and living God, Allah. Native Hebrews. All day, brothers and sisters, all day. And you see, as you continue to read, it talks about the compensation and how we are to be compensated, tying you right back to the free national constitution, Article 5 to be specific. I know I'm gonna put it on the screen. I'm gonna show you. Because I know y'all don't believe me. I'm gonna show you. It's all right. I got you. I got you. Let's continue. Oh, I'm gonna get it all out. I'm gonna get it all out. This same 14th Amendment attempts to make citizens of people, so-called Negroes, who have not been educated to the true facts of their heritage. The the Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, their true heritage, and who have never legally proclaimed their true free ancestral names, race, nationality, and religion as is required of all foreign immigrants to this country. Didn't we just cover that in the Hebrew law? I said we're not immigrants. We're on our own land. But you see, it's in there. According to the provision of the laws of naturalization. Again, that process by which one acquires nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the privileges of citizenship. Let's move on. When the so-called Southern whites resisted the enforcement of the 13th Amendment with two sections, 14th and 15th Amendments, via the Civil Rights Acts of 1875, the issue was taken to the Supreme Court in 1883. Rendering the majority opinion, Justice Bradley clearly ruled that the amendments had no power to guarantee the rights of the so-called Negro, rights which Chief Justice Taney had said in the Dred Scott case no white man was bound to respect. What? This issue, when the Southern whites rejected this 13th Amendment with two sections, 14th and 15th Amendment, the issue was taken to the United States Supreme Court and rendering the decision in a landmark decision. US 109, US 1093. Hold on, let me get it up here on the screen. Let me get it up here on the screen because I need you to see it for yourself. I was just there. But it adds emphasis if I bring it back up here again. Oh, let me get it. Let me get it. Hold on, let me find it. Let's go this way. There it is. Boom. 109 US 3. This is the Supreme Court decision rendering 13th Amendment with two sections, 14th and 15th Amendments unconstitutional. October the 15th, 1883. Which, wait a minute, I don't think you caught it. So if this has already been adjudicated, this is also case law, which means we can use this to our advantage, which means that all your attorneys know about this, which means they talk about this in law school. They also talk about the Dred Scott case. Why they didn't give you 109 US 3? Why they didn't tell you that this ruled the 13th Amendment with 2 sections, involuntary servitude. The 14th Amendment, which gives you your citizenship, let them tell it. And the 15th Amendment, which gives you your voting rights. Why they didn't tell you this was ruled unconstitutional by the United States Supreme Court? Uh-oh. 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 Oh boy, let's continue. Let's continue. This misconception has persisted to this very day as a result of pacifiers such as the 1954 Supreme Court integration decision. The first man to legally move to resurrect the 13th Amendment with 20 sections and the executive will of Lincoln for their eventual enforcement in the federal government was Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel. Should be a national holiday on that brother's birthday. Born in South Carolina in 1910, he was the first so-called Afro-American to throw off the shackles of Negroism by being the first man to register with the federal government as a descendant of Moroccans born in America. Say what? Say what? Did y'all catch that? Uh-huh. Now, let's go. With the approval of Generals Hersey, look like London and Swartz and others of the National Headquarters Selective Service System, he established a system known as the Moorish American, the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics. Now, many of you Moors say that we don't need no Bureau of Vital Statistics. Well, help me understand this. If we don't have a Bureau of Vital Statistics, how then will we keep track of who we are and our citizenry and who belongs under our government and who's under the jurisdiction of the European? Since y'all claim to fame is that the European has no jurisdiction, where is your official registry? Help me understand that. Since when you were born under this de facto government, your birth certificate is registered in the Bureau of Vital Statistics in the state in which you were born. And they issued you a birth certificate, making you chattel property. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So Richardson Dingle Eel established a system known as the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics, under which all people must register with the federal government, according to his example. All citizens must thereby declare their true nationality, race, religion, and national origin exactly as foreign immigrants are so required. See National Archives, file number 539, record group 147. Say what? See National Archives, file number 539, record group 147. I'm just leave it right there. I'm gonna just leave it. Y'all gonna leave me alone. Woo, man. The only permanent solution to the race problem in America is the complete implementation of Lincoln's executive will and the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, the essence of which can be summarized as follows. compensation, the compensation of the descendants of slaveholders for their confiscated human property, a sum presently totaling 229 billion, as well as the compensation of the Moors for their service rendered during their decades of servitude. Naturalization, the registration of all Moors into the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics, through which they can return their European names and all vestiges of Negroism to the European people, including Christmas. Just had to put that out there. Legally proclaim their true free national names, race, nationality, and religion, and be officially declared citizens of the United States by the federal government. Colonization, the colonization of the Moors on their own land between the Allegheny and Rocky Mountains, which Lincoln called the Egypt of the West. Which Lincoln called the Egypt of the West. Hold the phone. Last tier law access. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, which we know as the official name is a Mexican to our ancestors, but it's called Africa by the European. Hold on. Let me show you something. Can I show you something? Can I share something with you? Can I share something with you? Can I share something with you? You heard our national grand say, this whole Western Hemisphere was Islamic. Oh boy. Look at what's on your screen. This is in a book called When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. This is the first edition. You're not going to find this in no other edition. In 1517, the Africans called Mamelukes lost their power over Egypt. Where are they standing? And in the Americas. They standing in the Americas, but it's called Egypt. Hold on. Wait a minute. Are we getting this right? The colonization of Moors on their own land between the Allegheny and Rocky Mountains, which President Lincoln called the Egypt of the West. It's all day. All day. The new ruler annulled the contracts that allowed the Europeans to control access to some of the Holy Land sites. The new ruler cited his devotion to Islam as the reason he could not allow the European and Christian contracts to continue. They're standing in the Americas. That means that if the ruler, in America, that means Islam was already here. And that the Europeans, according to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, brought Christianity to these shores. That Christianity was given to the European for their earthly salvation. It was this Islamic interruption of the European commerce with the Americas, including the interruption of the lucrative pilgrimage enterprises that led to the decision to send the European military invasions into Mexico and Peru. Well, hell, Peru is in South America. Mexico is in North America. Egypt of the West. I know you like, The Vatican, together with Spain, the Vatican, that would be where the Pope resides. The Vatican, together with Spain. Now remember, the Spaniards are the ones that went down there into what is called Mexico today and colonized those folks. It was the Spaniards and King, what's his name? King, I want to say, not Charles. Oh boy, I lost his name. In 1511, said take all Moorish lands, language, culture, and put it under the authority of Spain. And that is how Moorish Latin became Spanish. That's how your Moorish dress, they just indoctrinated all your stuff. The Vatican, together with Spain, devised a military plan to solve the dilemma of the Egyptian attack. Well, it can't be an Egyptian attack. They in the Western Hemisphere. They ain't talking about the Egypt over there in the East. The new Crusader strategy was to destroy the strength of Egypt at Mexico first. Then they would attack Jerusalem in Peru. Oh, you thought Jerusalem was over there. The new strategy, as history shows, was successful in allowing the Europeans to invade the Americas and to recapture Jerusalem in Peru. What is left to discover is the written record of the agreement among nations with an S, which formed the unspoken contract to represent the new place called Israel as the place where Moses, David, and the Christ actually touched the feet to the soil. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me Moses, David, and the Christ actually touched their feet over here in the Western Hemisphere, in Jerusalem, in Peru, which is in South America? But these conspirators, the Vatican and Spain, said, no, we gonna crush the Moors. So what is left to discover is the written record of the agreement amongst nations, which formed the unspoken contract to represent the new place called Israel as the place where Moses, David, and the Christ actually touched the soles of their feet. It is well known. Wait a minute. Well known that with a sweep of a pen, a new nation called Israel was created in the Middle East. Now, I told you in previous demonstrations, geographically, north, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest. Where is the Middle East? Geographically. Explain it to me. It is well known that with the sweep of a pen, see, they doing this in writing. A new nation called Israel. Not only is it a new nation called Israel, there's a new geographical location called the Middle East. How do you get the Middle East? By order issued by the United Nations. Then another Middle Eastern nation called Turkey was inked into existence by the same group. Do you understand the conspiracy runs deep, 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 deep? The Aztecs even wore the same clothing used by the Africans called Moors, according to the Spanish writers who saw the Aztecs and who knew the Moors. There also were the Spaniards' description of the Aztecs, certainly a suggestion that the Africans' Mali was the original home of Montezuma's Aztecs. Gained strength from Spanish writers who described the Aztecs as having very dark complexion and as being black, in quotes, and Moorish, in quotes. You understand that there is a group called the Marines in existence in the United States military. And their song goes like this: from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Tripoli is in modern day Libya on the African continent. Montezuma is in modern day Mexico. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, the Moroccan Empire. Keep it moving. I'm just showing you how far back the history go, brother. I'm just showing you how far back the history go. Let's continue. During the several hundred years following the exodus of the African American armies, what were they called? Hebrews. Hebrews in the Egypt of the West. Hebrews in the Egypt of the West. The Hebrews' unrelenting desire to kill off the Egyptian nation forced the pharaohs to reestablish their throne away from the Americas. To escape the deadly threat of the in the Americas, a remnant of the Egyptian empire chose to reestablish their nation on the side of Africa that was farthest from the Americas. Wait a minute. A civil war breaks out. A remnant of us, the Hebrews, decide to take the pharaohs and reestablish their throne farthest away from the Americas on the other side of Africa. Wait a minute. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. So now a remnant of our people are going to inhabit the northeast and southeastern shores of Africa. The Pharaoh's going to go over there now. Did you get it? All day. All day. Let's close this out. Close that out. Close that out. Ooh, all day. All day. Where Jack leads? Jack, where you at? Here we go. The nation is presently 109 years late in eradicating this Negro that has been properly described as a beast. You remember that's how we started. That's how we started the demonstration. This same beast has threatened the well-being of mankind for hundreds of years by determination to disobey divine law. See Charles Carroll, The Negro, a Beast, or In the Image of God, published in 1900. I started the demonstration with that. To rid the world of this menace for perpetuity, Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel is the man of the hour. He has struggled for years to raise his people from the gutter level of the mentality according to the law. But his efforts have been consistently hindered by such organizations as NAACP, SNCC, SCLC, CORE, etc., as well as various confused elements of the Moorish Science Temple of America, all of whom are totally ignorant of the law despite his continuing endeavors to educate their leadership or their leaders who are reluctant to learn. Okay. Now, I'm wrapping it up because I'm looking at the clock. I'm like, boy, I've been talking for a long time. Here it is. Yeah, that's the end of it. Not so much. Give me 5 more minutes. Because this was adjudicated in court. It was. It was. It was adjudicated in court. It is case law. Now I want to show you what the outcome was. A couple of things happen. First, there's this. You see the venue in the United States District Court for the District of Maryland, United States versus Gerald McCree Lyles, Esquire. I want you to check that venue out. But then I want you to check this out. Long story short, Jack Leeds in the organization gets caught up in this criminal procedure over some marijuana. Okay. They take the brother in the court. There was a few other defendants with him, and it was the United States versus Jack Leeds. Okay. The brother gets rid of his original counsel, got smart, got rid of the original counsel that he had, and then got new counsel and said, no, we're going to put Moorish American nationality on the record. And we're going to now proceed. I'm going to now proceed as a Moorish American under the authority of the illustrious Hebrew prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Based on all of that we just read over the last 3 hours, look how the venue changed. Why doesn't it say the United States now? It says the United States of America. U period, S period, A period versus Jack Leeds, which means all of those statutory laws, United States codes, uniform commercial code, and whatnot do not apply to this brother because he's outside of the jurisdiction of the United States officially. Are you following me? This is in 1975, 1976. Are you following me? See? And now he's telling them about the law. Okay, now I need you to pay attention. I'm going to read this. I'm going to try to get this out without falling to pieces and laughing. Because when I read this initially, I didn't know what it meant. And of course, I had to call my National Grand Sheik because I was like, I had never heard a term like this, but it sounded kind of important. So we're going to cover it now. Now they're saying, okay, we adjudicated. The brother is not guilty. Everybody else going to jail. They went to prison. The brother changed jurisdictions, got his nationality on the record in federal court. Now all of a sudden, the whole thing changes. He's not with those people. He's by himself now. Okay, so we just covered everything he put on the record. Everything. I just read it to you. Now, look here. Whereas the petitioner has complied with all the usual conditions of his probation, and whereas Mr. Leeds has complied with his probation officer's special instructions by significantly decreasing his personal debt, significantly increasing his personal income, and developing reality therapy skills. What the hell is reality therapy skills? Somebody riddle me that. I had no idea. But that sounds like something to do with psychology. Reality therapy skills. This is the remedy. I call National Grand. We got a kick out of this because that's where I found out National Grand Sheik was actually in the courtroom when this went down. Oh boy. We got an eyewitness. He said, reality therapy skills is accept your own and be yourself. You went through all of that to learn that you are no longer a Negro obese. You went through all of that to correct your political status so that you can be tied to the family of nations. You now have a nationality. You now are respectable. You now have your free national name. You now come back under the constitutional fold of government, under the Union Republic. Therefore, you are now under common law and you are no longer a corporate entity, legal fiction. Your citizenship, your true citizenship, is now intact through the 13th Amendment with 20 sections and the proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln. Reality therapy training reality therapy skills. Now you know you are Moorish American. The only way and only place you can get reality therapy skills is at your local temple under the leadership of our national grand chief, Joe Braden Bay. Reality therapy skills. But to know all of this information, to have it at your fingertips, but you fail to enforce it when you get in a controversy is absolutely and utterly ridiculous because you are afraid of God knows what. Whatever you're afraid of hasn't even happened yet. You're in your head. You understand? So they ordered the stuff to be dismissed. The charges were dismissed, brother and sister. It was dismissed. Last point. Last point. Let me come. These articles are articles of incorporation, were amended. So let's get to the amendment because I don't want to leave the amendment alone. They were amended. Here we are. See? The Moorish Science Temple, the Divine and National Movement of North America Incorporated, number 13, Articles of Amendment. Let's get at it. Let's see what's in these amendments. Let's see what's in this amendment. Let's deal with it. By 1928, some 15 years later, our organization had changed its nonprofit corporate status to a profitable corporation and refocused itself as a national organization, expanding to establish temples in 15 states. Focused now as a national movement, divine and national movement, the missionary work of Prophet Noble Drew Ali rapidly expanded to the teachings of the true nationality to all persons of Moorish descent who were otherwise known as Negroes, blacks, or colored persons, and to the implementation and execution of procedures for the naturalization of such persons. In 1940, the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics was legally established with the federal government copy book 521, file number 5-39, National Archives under the authority of the Moorish Science Temple, Moorish Science Temple of America by Prophet Noble Drew Ali for the official purpose of registering all naturalized Moors. Therefore, or thereby, a system was instituted to remove diluted names of documents issued to members of the Moorish Science Temple of America by various authorities of the states and other nations, to have nationality of members rectified on their documents, and to provide a convenient way for members who already had various documents in their possession to notify authorities of appropriate corrections and changes made through the Moorish Science Temple of America. But, brother and sister, if you don't take your paperwork and put it on the record, this ain't gonna never happen because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. The Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics is already established, and the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics issued you paperwork, but you didn't take said paperwork and put it on the record so the de facto government would know exactly who you are and, more importantly, what's due you via compensation. You didn't do that part. In our infancy, the organization was and continues to be totally committed to the legal fact that the nationality of our people is their foundation. Appropriation by the Moorish Science Temple of America for the naturalization of those persons of Moorish descent has been in accordance with the true policies of Presidents Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson, and Prophet Noble Drew Ali, with the organization's critical and most noted stand on human rights to Moorish descendants, which have confirmed in practice today, or I'm sorry, which has continued in practice today, to be denied and not recognized in these United States as law. There is but one issue for them: to be recognized, and it comes only through the connection of the Moorish Divine and National Movement, which is incorporated in this government. Colonization of and compensation for Moorish Americans has not been achieved in compliance with Section 17 of the 13th Amendment, with 20 sections to the United States Constitution, made a permanent part of the United States Constitution November 18th, 1865, ratified by 3/4 of the several states, and Article 3 of the Compensation Emancipation Proclamation of December the 8th, 1862. On September the 25th, 1975, I need you to follow me. 1975, ain't that the same year the Jack Leeds case took place? Yep. Yep. On September the 25th, 1975, the Moorish Science Temple of America was incorporated in the state of Maryland to conduct business and more explicitly bring about the nationalization of all lands and finance, compensation, and reparations that are due under the ownership of the Moorish American nation, making the United States government responsible for its operation. Our corporation has been and continues to be part and parcel of this said government. Oh, that verbiage is in Act 6. We are lawfully registered and recognized as the only national divine movement organized, authorized, not organized, authorized, with legal rights to redeem Moorish descendants in the Americas. Our corporation's work has been and will continue to be based on the principles of love, truth, freedom, and justice. As a corporate body, we have not nor intend to cause confusion or act radically toward the established government. Our corporation has been and continues to be part and parcel of this said government. We are lawfully registered and recognized as the only national divine movement authorized with legal rights to redeem Moorish descendants in the Americas. Y'all think y'all special. You damn right. Yep. And so are you. And so are you. If you would just align yourself with the national side of this movement and stop set tripping. There is freedom, justice, and equality and compensation for every Moor in the country. I, I, I don't know what else to say. I do not know what else to say. Oh, I do. Let's go here. Can't leave this alone. Can't leave this alone. Can't leave this alone. Can't leave this alone. This is in the book, just so you know. This is in the resurrection book. I didn't write this. Here it is. Another book you can pick up, MoorishAmericanNationalRepublic.com. Pick it up, read it, and apply it. We're not gonna read the whole thing. I'm gonna just jump down here. I just wanna deal with some stuff. Okay. This is the Dingle Ill brothers going into national headquarters, talking with the generals and whatnot in the military, trying to explain to them the plight of Moorish Americans, how we have been codified and classified in the United States system, and how a Bureau of Vital Statistics has been set up to remove all these diluted names and whatnot off of our documents so that we can be recognized, finally, as true citizens, true American citizens. Now let's look at this. Tell Drew Ali, this is the major talking. This is the major talking. Tell Drew Ali to send into this headquarters all available proof that you people being Moorish Americans. We showed the major form 1099 and Act 6. Stop right there. So they showed the major at the Pentagon 1099, right? And Act 6. And the law contained inside as to who we are and our birthright and our vast estate. Do you follow? The major said, now remember, they're doing this in person. The major said, this is it. Leave it with me and I will run it into Chicago and get the attachments. We told the major we had no orders to leave the book. Our authority, Form 1099. The major said, tell the Drew Ali to send it into this headquarters. We will send it over to the Justice Department. Say what? We will send, wait a minute. So we gonna send, hold on, let me show you. We gonna send this and this to the Justice Department. What you gonna do with it when it get over there to the Justice Department? And we gonna make law out of it. Wait a minute. You got to be kidding me. So send this, and this to me, and I'm gonna send it over to the Justice Department, and we're gonna make law using this and this for Moorish Americans to claim their true citizenship. I need you to what? And you can talk about it all you want. The major called up the state headquarters in Maryland and authorized our change. Wait a minute. So, wait a minute. Then the major said in time, this headquarters will make all of the slaves Moorish Americans. It'll take days, weeks, months, etc. The question is, did they send this and this into the Justice Department, and the Department of Justice make law out of it? That's the question. Hold on. Y'all gonna leave me alone. Department of Justice file number. Department of Justice file number. Do you see it? This agreement is between four agencies: Department of Defense, that would be the military; Department of the Treasury, that'd be the same group that's taking all your tax money and giving you nothing; the Social Security Administration, that same Social Security Administration that issued that form old age account number 7003, which is today called Social Security Form SS5, in which Moorish Americans can change their status; and the Justice Department. Look at this. Department of Defense. There was an agreement that Moors once registered with the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics. We were not required to volunteer for the military duty, nor were we eligible to be drafted. All I want you to do is follow the language. Notice how this goes. Department of Defense. There was an agreement that Moors once registered with the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics. Justice Department. Moors once registered would not be prosecuted for any offenses except for offenses under Article 25. Remember, I said earlier in my demonstration, y'all using these treaties, but I asked you how to enforce it. Now we way up here in the 1940s now. You see, it says this was not a treaty between the United States and Morocco, but between Morocco and America. There is a difference. But the United States recognized the treaty as late as 2001. Hello? Is anybody picking up what I'm putting down? Moors, once we were registered, will not be prosecuted for any offenses except for offenses under Article 25 of the treaty between Morocco and America. Number one, if you don't know what that is, you can't enforce it. Number two, you're not registered in the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics. So this don't even apply to you. Because way back there in the 40s, the major said, we are going to make law out of this. Send Act 6 and send the prophet's authority into the Justice Department. Send that religious affidavit of organization into the Justice Department. And based on that religious affidavit of organization, using the Hurd Smith revised statutes, Prophet Noble Drew Ali establishes a free national government. You understand? You understand? So once you are registered in the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics, you are now under that free national government. They can't do too much to you because they did make law out of it. They did assign Department of Justice file number BM, Budget and Management, $ for the Treasury, HR, that's your Congress, House Resolution, and number one, WD, that's the War Department. Now, brothers and sisters, I don't know what y'all doing out there in TV land, but this is how we get down under the leadership of our National Grand Sheikh, Joel Bratton Bey, who resides in Baltimore, Maryland. And if you are under his leadership, and you have been under his leadership for more than a year, and your documentation don't have no nobility title on it, no ill, no bay, and you can't enforce the policies of President Abraham Lincoln, or you haven't proclaimed your nationality because you are afraid to death to go down to the courthouse and talk to these judges, we can't help you. You need to study more. You need to get some statistical fortitude. Testicular fortitude. That's what you need. That's what you need. I don't know how to help you with your fear. So, that being said, I think we're going to put a pin in it. I've been talking long enough. You feel me? So, may Allah bless you with the light of understanding, and go back and watch this demonstration again, and again until you get it. But more importantly, please get into the books, our articles of incorporation, the Jack Leeds case, our naturalization orientation handbook, where the majority of this information that was disseminated to you today can be found. Go purchase the Prophet's Literature, the Resurrection book. Go to MoorishAmericanNationalRepublic.com and buy everything in it. Buy everything, all of it. Get get Sheik Cooper Eel's book, Moorish Times. Buy it all, okay? Until we see you the next time. And there will be a next time. So, with that, family, I want to greet you in the greeting words of peace of Islam, Islam, Islam. May this demonstration give you some peace and tranquility of mind. Until next time, peace, peace, peace.